Good morning, now 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Well, the overnight storms are heading out of here now. There were several tornado watches, some warnings that were called overnight. And in one case, a confirmed tornado in the Hendersonville area. That was about 2:45 this morning. Whether or not that tornado touched down, still not yet confirmed. We'll get more on that as the morning goes on. Now, we're in a lull right now for the rest of today. Things will pick up again tonight with another line of storms coming through before you go to bed. Stefano DiPietro on what to expect for tonight.
Tornado threat is much lower. Is it necessarily zero? No, but I think we have a little bit more of an increased risk for some large hail, and we're still mostly focused on high wind gusts and heavier rainfall.
And stay with us throughout the day. We will track yet this next storm. Some electric outages to tell you about this morning, too. NES is reporting there are 6,777 outages there. Dixon Electric has about 4,400 customers without power. Middle Tennessee Electric at 1,106, Duck River Electric 5,164, and Cumberland Electric says they have 2,671 customers without power. On to other news. The Trump administration says it's going to pay two energy companies to abandon their offshore wind projects and instead invest in fossil fuels. The two companies are Global Infrastructure Partners and Golden State Wind. They could get up to $120 million in reimbursements, depending on how much they invest in oil and gas, infrastructure, or natural gas projects. Now, in a statement, Interior Secretary Doug Burgum said these companies were sold a bill of goods that only works if there's a huge investment from taxpayers. He says now that is not happening anymore. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Uncertainty over the war in Iran led to a mixed finish, with the strongest moves coming in the oil market. The Dow lost 62 points, the Nasdaq added 50, the S&P gained 8 points. The price for a barrel of Brent crude to be delivered in June climbed 2.8% to settle at $108.23. Brent to be delivered in July, which is where more of the trading is happening in the oil market, rose 2.6% to $101.69 a barrel. Domino's Pizza helped drag on the market and fell 9% after it reported weaker profit and revenue for the latest quarter than analysts had expected. On the other end, Verizon Communications topped expectations, and its stock rose 1.5% in return. Microsoft says it will no longer pay a share of its revenue to ChatGPT maker OpenAI. OpenAI relied on Microsoft's investments in cloud computing services to build its technology. Microsoft, in turn, relied on OpenAI's tech to build its own AI assistant, Copilot. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
And stock futures mixed this morning. The Dow futures are up 144, but the Nasdaq futures down 171. That's your latest news. Your traffic is next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Couple of problems this morning after the storms have gone through. Westbound 40, the South Side area. This is right at Hermitage Avenue. You've got a crash that's just now being cleared. Debris in the road in Baxter, Tennessee. This is westbound 40 as well at Old Baxter Road. You may find some trees down in some areas this morning. Got to watch it. And some ponding on the roads as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well. And welcome on in to a wet and rainy Tuesday morning. And I know a lot of people probably lost some sleep last night because of the storms, the lightning, the thunder, all of that. So, and especially the tornado warnings that came across a lot of folks' phones. And so hopefully you were able to get back to sleep. I don't know about you, Joan. When that stuff happens, I just cannot get back to sleep. I just can't. It's so startling.
I am the heaviest sleeper, I think, that I never even heard it last night.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
But I think it hits different for me than you because I'm, pretty far south of that, more to the plateau area.
Yeah.
So I think you guys to the north of the city got more of the hard-hitting storms last night. Yeah,
and we had some tornado warnings. Bandit went, of course, crazy. He was drugged. Oh, my goodness gracious. We drugged that poor dog. And but, I was already awake when the tornado sirens came across the phone, and outside there's a tornado siren, I don't know, maybe a mile or so away. So anyway, but they're talking about maybe there is a tornado. We don't really know if it touched down.
Right.
1,800 were without power in Greenbrier early this morning.
How many?
1,800.
Okay.
It seems to be where they think maybe if there was one, it originated there, carried itself to Hendersonville. But there's, like Joan said in her newscast, no confirmation yet.
There's all kinds of branches and stuff down on the ground. So there's definitely that. So, all right, very good. So we'll just keep an eye on all of that. Joan, did you know that Congressman Andy Ogles, he was here, was it yesterday he was here?
Yeah.
Yeah, Monday. So he was here yesterday. And apparently he left here and went to Belmont University. Now, have you heard what happened to him when he arrived at Belmont University?
I just watched this.
So this is, first of all, I got some video here. If you're watching on Super Talk TV, this is what greeted him at this Belmont University, Christian University, by the way.
Hate is not welcome on Belmont's campus. Republicans are, but bigots are not.
Got all these people in the hallway screaming at Andy Ogles. Never set foot on Belmont again, she says.
We can vote Andy Ogles out this fall. He's up for re-election this fall, and we can vote him out. Vote him out.
Muslims have a place in America.
I wonder how many of them are from different states where they have absolutely no ability to vote in this election.
I have no idea, but that is what greeted Andy Ogles, and he's used to it by now. The Tennessee holler, though. So there was a debate. I guess old Andy was in the classroom sort of giving a bit of a speech to people there at the university, Belmont University. And so part of the discussion was civility and trying to dial down the rhetoric. And so the congressman was talking to some folks, and he was basically, one of the things that he said was that, Barack Obama never had assassination attempts on him. And and I've got the audio, one of the students, this is, by the way, audio only because I had to raise the audio and all this. So one of the students said to the congressman, actually, there was or were assassination attempts on Barack Obama. This is how it all played out. So the Tennessee holler is calling Andy Ogles a liar. They're basically saying that Andy Ogles lied to the students at Belmont because it's their assertion that there was assassination attempts on Barack Obama. Listen to this.
But, there were no assassination attempts on Biden or Obama. Right? multiple against President Trump. Charlie Kirk. You can murmur all you want.
Sir, there was an assassination attempt on Obama.
Not a real one.
So you hear these, and the funny thing is, you can hear the condescending laughter. I don't know if you picked up on that, but there's a condescending laughter. And so bottom line is, and with the Tennessee Holler, part of what you can see in their post is there's a Wikipedia page where they talk about all of the assassination attempts. I'm going to air quote this, the assassination attempts on Barack Obama. But within that page, there's the word plots.
Yeah.
There are threats.
Yeah.
But can somebody please tell me, and listen, I didn't go to Belmont. I didn't even graduate college. I'm really not all that smart. Listen to this show. But was there any time where somebody took an actual shot at Barack Obama when he was there? There was a time when a guy just fired shots at the White House, but Obama, Michelle Obama, Barack Obama, they were
weren't
not there,
Yeah.
right? So I want to make sure that I'm not missing, Joan, and you were in Washington, D.C. all those years. Did I miss something? Was there a time when somebody took an actual shot at Barack Obama like we've seen a couple of times now, three times, where a gun has been pointed at Donald Trump and fired twice?
Yeah.
Am I missing anything?
You mean, has there been such an incident with Barack Obama?
Yeah.
No.
No, there was never
No.
there was never an incident against Barack Obama. Again, we're talking about the word threat, the word plot. There was one where the term attempt was used, where there were a bunch of mail bombs that were sent to Obama and a whole bunch of other Democrats, including Robert De Niro. They did use the word attempt there, but it was intercepted by the Secret Service, and Obama was never in any danger. So that's the whole point. So when you've got all of these...
Oh, here. So I asked Google's AI, whatever that's called.
Yes.
And it says that there were... This is wrong. There were several assassination attempts and dozens of foiled plots against Barack Obama. And it cites that one attempted assassination after firing a rifle at the White House. The very next line is how he wasn't there. So, maybe these kids are using Chat GPT to get their information now. And, they need to know that it's stupid in, stupid out. And this information is not necessarily reliable. But, it's dumb.
I think what they're trying... So what they're trying to do is they're trying to... And by the way, Tennessee Holler says openly racist Congressman Andy Ogles.
Oh, my gosh.
Of all people, complains about rhetoric. And so I feel like I want to give these young adults... I keep wanting to call them kids, Joan. That happens when you get older. Mm-hmm. But these young adults, I feel like I want to give them the benefit of the doubt, where maybe they believe that these... Sam is shaking his head. Maybe they believe that these were serious attempts at the life of Barack Obama, where in reality, if you would like to really start talking about what an attempted assassination is, or an assassination attempt is, it is what we saw in Butler. It is what we saw at the Washington Hilton. It is what we saw on the golf course, where there was a rifle aimed where Donald Trump was golfing, and a member of the Secret Service saw the rifle coming through the bushes, and they were able to stop him. But, and those are just three. There's Chris Hand had a whole bunch of other ones yesterday. So, the point is that you can't even compare. You morons at Belmont University, you cannot even compare what happened to Donald Trump to what never happened to Barack Obama. You just can't.
Apparently, they're too dumb to use grok.
Yeah, because when you can go ahead. You want to read what Grok says?
Well, so I asked it first. I said, is there a difference between a plot and an attempt, legally speaking, of a presidential assassination? Key statute 18 U.S. Code 1751. This federal law specifically covers assassination, kidnapping. An attempt described in subsection C, whoever attempts to kill or kidnap any protected individual. Conspiracy or plot, subsection D. So under that, if 2 or more persons conspire to kill or kidnap. And then when it lists out what happened to Obama, the 3 attempts that it documented were the November 2011 White House shooting. As Joan pointed out, they weren't there. They were in California, so they're literally across the country.
Yep.
Then the rice and letter attempts. There were 2 notable cases where rice and lace letters targeting Obama and others was part of a personal feud, and he was James Everett Dutschke was sentenced to 25 years. And then when I asked to compare Barack Obama to President Donald J. Trump, 2 to 4 attempts covering those letters, covering the shooting where they weren't even there. Trump, 5 to 10. Trump has faced more direct attempts in a shorter, more recent time frame, especially during the 2024 campaign and into his second term.
Well, and yeah, so this Belmont University student who maintains or asserts that there were assassination attempts on Barack Obama, maybe it's just how they're defining assassination attempts. Real quick, 'cause I want to play the rest of the audio because there was a second burst of laughter. And so I want to play the rest of this audio. Real quick, though, Joan, I know the roadways are wet and we got a lot of tree branches down and that kind of thing. So as far as traffic goes, anything going on?
Nothing on the major roadways. A lot of fallen trees, some power lines. In fact, in Kingston Springs, there's a power line down on CC Road. I'm not sure what that is, between Brush Creek Road and South Harpeth Road. Just watch it as you're leaving the neighborhood this morning. You may run into some of these scenes. And on the roads, some ponding. That's it.
All right, very good. 5:17. All right, I'm going to play the entire, this is 44 seconds. Joan, I want to play the entire audio because I really worked hard on getting the audio, raising the level and all that kind of stuff because it's really terrible video. But here's the entire audio of Andy Ogles versus Belmont University students.
But, you know, there were no assassination attempts on Biden or Obama. Right? Multiple against President Trump. Charlie Kirk. You can murmur all you want.
Sir, there was an assassination attempt on Obama.
Not a real one.
By the way, anybody notice, Joan, do you notice that's like fake laughter?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so I want to make sure that everybody else heard it too. That is fake laughter. It is condescending laughter. And basically what they're trying to do is make this into some sort of a viral moment. Here's more.
Someone took a shot and hit Obama. Negative.
See, I love that Andy Ogles, I'm doing it again. I'm sorry. Let me play it all the way through. I hate when I do that. Joan, I just stop and start the audio, and people don't like when I do that. So listen to how Ogles basically schools these Belmont University students where he's like, no, nobody ever took a shot at Obama.
Not a real one. Someone took a shot and hit Obama. Negative. Someone killed Charlie Kirk. No one got close enough to Obama to actually get it done, which is a good thing. By the way, I never spent any time with Obama, Claire said. But, you know, President Biden, I was with him several times. And, you know, even though I don't particularly like the president, the former president, always respectful because he was the commander-in-chief.
So there you go. So I like that Ogles basically schooled those Belmont University students and said, no. Nobody ever had Obama in their sights or the sights of a rifle. Nobody did. And Ogles didn't back down, nor should he. And, of course, the Tennessee Holler, you know, they're trying to, and they're not, we all agree here, Tennessee Holler, not a legit organization. They're a website that is incredibly, obviously left-leaning. So basically what they're saying is Ogles was lying to these students. No, he's not. He's being absolutely fair in refuting what they're trying to say, the assertion that Obama had assassination attempts on his life, when maybe they're talking about two different things. But you'll also notice that Ogles brings up the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And these kids, they're still laughing. They're still cutting up. They don't care. Now, what the hell happened to Belmont University? Like, can I just ask that open-ended question? Like, they've been around since, I guess, 1890, and they've been a Christian university. And have they just been taken over by, the wokerati, if you will? Have they been taken over by wokesters? Are they still a Christian university, or are they just full of a bunch of leftists?
They're full of. Remember, you had that story last year when they were being told, "Hey, you've got to do away with the DEI offices," and that student representative was caught undercover talking about how they're just going to change the name. No one will ever figure it out.
That's right. I forgot about that.
Andy Ogles laid into them then. But for the summary comparison, which Grok organizes very nicely, clear attempts against Obama in his 8 to 10 years running for and being in office, 2 to 4. Serious plots, 5 to 10. Threat volume very high early on. Outcome all foiled. Trump, 10 years, especially in the last 2. At least 3 with gunfire and armed within proximity of Trump. Several, including, when it comes to serious plots, there's been several, including foreign linked, because, you can't really quantify those, so it never even gives a number. And then threat volume high with more serious incidents advancing to action. Outcome all foiled except for one that grazed Trump, leaving one bystander killed. People leave that part out.
Yeah.
Nothing that happened to Obama resulted in an innocent American losing their life.
And here's the other thing that I would say about that is that Barack Obama did not have an entire political party basically coming after him and calling for his death. And I know that you'll never find a Democrat that said or says, go out and shoot Donald Trump. I know that those words have not necessarily been uttered by a Democrat, but it's one of those wink, nod, nod things that we've all pointed out. I mean, ad nauseum. I don't need to come in here every single day and play the same audio and point out the same thing every single day. Everybody knows what the Democrats are doing. Donald Trump has an entire political party coming after him. He's got an entire assassination cult coming after him as well online. And, of course, the media, too. Barack Obama never had the hostility that Donald Trump has got to endure every single day. We, as conservatives, what we have to endure every single day, the Democrats with Barack Obama, they never had to endure what we as conservatives, and certainly Donald Trump and his administration, have to endure every single day. So the Tennessee holler, I mean, listen, I'm not mad nor disappointed at the Tennessee holler because I expect really not a whole hell of a lot from the Tennessee holler. I also really don't expect much from a bunch of students at Belmont University. But I like that Ogles just put it right back to them and said, did Obama ever have a rifle pointed at him like Donald Trump, or was his face ever grazed by a bullet? Was his body ever grazed by a bullet like Donald Trump had? No, negative. Good on you, Andy Ogles. I mean, agree with him or not, if you're a conservative, you have to at least appreciate the fact that he attempted to school these students at Belmont University. Clearly, critical thinking is not their strong suit.
Oh, no. I mean, even with Grok, at the very end, when I asked for a comparison, by the metric of real, immediate danger from gunfire or weapon in effective range while he was present, Obama did not experience anything on the level of what Trump faced in Butler or the subsequent attempts. The nature of threats differed. However, Trump was in the line of fire and was in more proximal danger than Obama. It is his, which, as you said, critical thinking's dead. They can't even bother to source their information correctly, because I'm sure they're going to prompt ChatGPT or whoever, but they're not going to be as objective as possible in their questioning when they want these comparisons.
Well, do you know what I think, Joan, this is, I think this is what college students do, and what people by and large do, is they'll do what Sam is doing, right? And what I did before the show, which is put it in ChatGPT or Grok or whatever it is. And the top line says, yes, there were threats or whatever it is, but they don't actually. Yes, Joan, exactly. And right, Sam. They don't dig into what the actual threats were, or, the context of the plots or threats or attempts or whatever it is. Because, again, that would mean that they would need to do what? They would need to have some semblance of critical thinking ability, which is not happening. That's not being taught in high school or at the collegiate level, it would appear. Or if they're able to, well, they don't use it because they choose to be blinded by their TDS and partisanship rather than, actually utilizing critical thinking and looking at the difference between what has happened to Donald Trump and what did happen with Barack Obama. So there you go. 525. Let's see here. Joan was coming up in the news at 5:30.
Yeah, coming up here, Lawrence County seeing some damage from last night's storms. We'll take a look at that coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning. It's now 5:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Well, heavy rain overnight, so some hydroplaning may be an issue on the roads this morning. Also, because we've had some high winds, there may be some trees down as well. Got to watch it in the neighborhoods and on back roads as well. Lawrence County has some road closures this morning and some debris, too, on the roads after the storms. Bill Phillips with the County Emergency Management Team speaking with WSMV4 moments ago.
And we have crews from local fire departments and sheriff's department and other agencies that are out trying to clear debris, mainly get the roads up. Power system is out trying to restore power, and we will be doing a full assessment in the morning when we get some daylight.
Yeah, so best advice, he says, check your property for damages, too, before you head out this morning. Now, some electric outages to tell you about, some lingering stuff. NES, their toll is coming down this morning. NES now has 5,851 customers without power. Dixon Electric at 4,401. Middle Tennessee Electric about 1,100. Duck River Electric is at 5,303. And Cumberland Electric at 1,018 customers without power. Channel 4 Stefano DiPietro telling us that it'll be a quiet day today, but there are storms that return tonight.
So this evening and tonight, level 2 out of 5 across Middle Tennessee and Southern Kentucky. I will tell you the tornado threat is a little bit lower tonight. It's not necessarily 0, but it's a little lower than it was through the storms yesterday and overnight last night.
And he says if it stays cloudy today, the atmosphere stays calm, we may have even less of a chance that things will get severe tonight. The suspect in the Correspondents' Dinner shooting is facing serious charges now. 31-year-old Cole Allen charged with attempted assassination of President Trump. ABC News contributor and former FBI agent Brad Garrett on how this incident changes the calculus for President Trump.
I do think that what happened at the Hilton Hotel will change maybe some of the venues that the president goes to.
Yeah, right after the shooting, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche demanding a historical preservation group drop its lawsuit seeking to prevent the ballroom's construction. That is the latest news. Stick around for traffic next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, so some problems this morning. Kingston Springs. You've got CC Road between Brush Creek Road and South Harpeth Road blocked off there. Power lines came down in that area. Old Clarksville Pike and Pleasant View near Bluebird Drive. Watch for that area to be blocked too. There's a fallen tree there. Also, a fallen tree on Sam's Creek Road, north of Old Charlotte Pike. That also in Kingston Springs. You may find that there are some traffic signals out this morning as well because we do have some power outages. Careful as you head out this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.536, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Joan, as the mom of the show, I think that you would probably be the best one to comment on this. 3076. The worst thing that ever happened to Obama was his mom jeans. Did Obama wear mom? I thought it
was Tim Kaine that wore the mom jeans.
Obama, Tim Kaine, whatever. I don't even know what mom jeans are anymore.
They're the ones that come up high. They used to
hug the side of your hips.
Yeah. They used to wear them, you know, that was like a 1960s thing or maybe 70s thing for older people when they weren't wearing hip huggers.
Okay. Have you, Joan? Okay, so, hey, Sam, watch this. Hey, Joan.
Yes.
You ever seen me wear mom jeans?
I don't think so.
Okay, good. I'm just asking.
So you have to be able to see the top of the jeans to know if they're mom jeans. And oftentimes you'll wear shirts that come out over your jeans. So you may well be harboring mom jeans that I'm not aware of.
Yeah, we can't tell under your blouses.
Well, at least today it's not pink.
Wow, Joan.
Sorry.
You know what? I knew you didn't like my pink shirt from yesterday. I knew it. You know what? Whatever. Here's the deal.
Maybe I'm just jealous that I didn't wear my pink shirt.
Listen, I just got to be me. I liked my pink shirt. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay.
Hashtag trendsetter, baby.
Yeah.
You got that right. Mm-hmm.
Right.
By the way, as somebody else said, just on the super text line, 0152, after a rough night of storms, it is of great comfort to hear the silky smooth reporting of Joan Jones.
Oh,
Thanks,
wow.
WTN.
Like a
Super
whipped
nice.
moose.
Like a what?
A whipped moose.
A whipped moose.
Silky, smooth.
Okay. Moose, M-O-U-S-S-E. Moose.
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, Joan, did you know that more than half of Tennessee's tornadoes happen at night? And that leads the nation? Have you put that in your reporting?
I did not put it in my reporting, but I believe that. I was wondering, first of all, having come from the Northeast, this whole tornado thing is very upsetting.
Yeah.
And that they often happen at night is like, why?
I don't know why that is, because you think that it would happen more during the day because of the temperature and all that stuff.
Right.
Do you know what?
What?
We could, if only we knew a meteorologist with a hard to pronounce name.
So there's a comment on a post that pointed that out about the tornadoes. And the guy goes, yes, so don't move here. All you Yankees, beware.
Yeah.
Tornadoes at night. You'll die. Don't move here.
More than 50% of Tennessee's tornadoes occur at night, which has become the highest percentage in America. So we have the highest percentage of tornadoes at night in America, more than 50%. Nighttime tornadoes, of course, tend to be more deadly in Tennessee because they strike at the most dangerous time when people are asleep, unaware, and oftentimes when they do not have ways to get alerts. Is that really true still? Like, do people really don't? Sam is nodding his head. Is there really still people that don't have ways to get alerts? I mean, doesn't everybody, and listen, this may be my I have a cell phone privilege, but doesn't everybody like have phones these days? Like just about?
Yeah, and that's one way to get an alert. But one of the things we've learned is that sometimes when the alert comes in, it's too late. And so that's why you got people like Max Velocity and Ryan Hall who do their live streams to try to get people as informed as possible in real time. Mm-hmm. But then again, like the three of us, we got to go to bed at some point so that we can get up and do this at this hour. And so when they cross over in the middle of the night, it either wakes you up, or I guess if you're Joan, you sleep through that and potentially a nuclear attack.
Sure.
But yeah, it's also the not being able to see it factor, right?
Yeah.
Even if it's daylight time, you'll still be able to see the sky due to the sun above it. But at night, you're just relying on lightning to strike at the right moment.
All right, moving right along. Let's see here. Jimmy Kimmel, that controversy does continue. I loved how Melania went nuclear on Jimmy Kimmel. So we all remember this.
Our First Lady Melania is here. Look at Melania, so beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow.
Right, so everybody remembers the joke. It's not even a joke. I didn't find it funny, obviously. There was outrage, as there should be. But, you know, you look at all these various assassination attempts, and he decided that this would be funny. I would call it, you know what I called this? I don't know if anybody else has used this term. Hope casting. Does that make sense? Hope casting? Like, he is telegraphing his hope that Donald Trump go down in a hail of gunfire. That's what I think. That I honestly believe that is what the left wants. Now, they can deny it. Jimmy Kimmel can deny all they want. But clearly, the more that they bring it up, and they bring it up a lot, seems to me like that's what they're hoping for. So should we just be honest and say that Jimmy Kimmel does want Donald Trump dead? Now, the left thought the joke was funny, and it's kind of amusing, I thought, that people on the right, clearly we didn't think it was funny because it was not funny at all. But the people on the left seem so irritated that we actually didn't find it funny, obviously, because it wasn't. Caroline Leavitt came out, and she was, as some would say, she was on fire on this yesterday. This is part of what she had to say during the White House press briefing. Caroline Leavitt.
Much of the manifesto of the would-be assassin is indistinguishable from the words that we hear daily from so many. For example, as the First Lady of the United States pointed out this morning, just 2 days prior to the shooting, ABC's late-night host Jimmy Kimmel disgustingly called First Lady Melania Trump an expectant widow. Who in their right minds says a wife would be glowing over the potential murder of her beloved husband? And having experienced what I did with the First Lady on Saturday night, I can tell you that she was anything but that. This kind of rhetoric about the president, the First Lady, and his supporters is completely deranged, and it's unbelievable that the American people are consuming it night after night after night. As President Trump said on Saturday night at this podium, we as Americans must recommit ourselves to resolving our differences peacefully and uniting around the shared values that make our country great. The deranged lies and smears against the president, his family, his supporters have led crazy people to believe crazy things, and they are inspired to commit violence because of those words. It has to stop. So
that is Caroline Leavitt. Slate has this article. Now, Joan and Sam, true or false? Agree or disagree? Do you believe that, as we have seen in years past, do you believe that Donald Trump will get a post-assassination attempt bump in the polling? Slate has this article. Donald Trump's would-be assassin had a plan. The opposite is about to unfold. The political fallout is clear. And basically what it does is it says that while the assassination attempt on Donald Trump, the assassin had a plan, the reality is that Donald Trump could see some sort of sympathy bounce. Now, clearly, we all know that Donald Trump's numbers have not been good. And, you know, we've seen instances in the past where the president is shot, and that bump does happen. Reagan was shot in 1981, and he went up about 5 or 6 percentage points. But they're usually pretty short-lived bumps, right? But these days, we do live in vastly different times. So I don't know if Donald Trump is going to get some sort of a bump or not. I almost hate to say what I'm about to say, but it does feel like there's a lot of people in America today who are just sort of immune to all the noise, even at this point, assassination attempts, which is horrifying if you think about it. But I think that we do live in different times. We were living in normal circumstances back when Reagan was shot, right? We don't live in normal circumstances these days. The Democrats these days are vile. and the Democrats these days are insane. They weren't like that during Reagan's time. After Donald Trump was shot in Butler, his numbers did go up. But again, the news cycle, here's the other part of it. The news cycle is so fast these days that the numbers, really, they ultimately normalized pretty quickly. So now the question is, will Donald Trump get some sort of a post-assassination attempt bump? I don't know. Joan, you have an opinion on that?
It's happened before, so could happen again.
All right. Sam, what do you think?
I don't know about necessarily a post-assassination attempt is what I would say the bump would be in. I'd say it would be in when it comes out to the culture, right? How the culture responds. Jimmy Kimmel really stepped in it. You have a very genuine Melania who's going to be upset about this, as she, as you put, has gone nuclear over it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's going to carry it, especially if people kind of keep talking about what leads to this. Why does this keep happening to really one president?
So I think there's a number of things to talk about, but one of the biggest ones is the behavior of people on the left. But here's the problem. The problem is the behavior of the people on the left, as I was saying before, they think Jimmy Kimmel's funny as all get out, right? And they think that it is perfectly fine to have all of this rhetoric that does lead to assassination attempts. Jimmy Kimmel, by the way, I don't know if you heard what he said last night, but he came out and, Sam, you said that Jimmy Kimmel stepped in it. Here's my question. Do you believe that Jimmy Kimmel stepped in it if you're a Democrat? If you're Jimmy Kimmel, do you believe that you stepped in it? That just goes with what I was just saying. The Democrats and the media and Jimmy Kimmel himself, they don't believe that he stepped in it. They think that what he did is just fine. And that is why the two sides are so completely opposite of each other.
Well, they believe women can have penises.
There is that. So this is Jimmy Kimmel.
You know how sometimes you wake up in the morning and the First Lady puts out a statement demanding you be fired from your job? We've all been there, right?
So that is Jimmy Kimmel last night. And so now he's playing the victim card. Not especially surprising, but, the reality is that Jimmy Kimmel loves this, right? He loves it. Melania Trump and many on the right horrified at what he said. People, again, on the left loved it. This is what Melania said in her statement. You ready? His monologue about my family is not comedy. His words are corrosive and deepens the political sickness within America. People like Kimmel should not have the opportunity to enter our homes each evening to spread hate. A coward, Kimmel hides behind ABC because he knows the network will keep running cover to protect him. Melania says enough is enough. It is time for ABC to take a stand. How many times will ABC's leadership enable Kimmel's atrocious behavior at the expense of our community? And Melania is absolutely right. Here's more from Jimmy Kimmel last night.
And a call to fire me from our First Lady, Melania Trump, saying I should be fired because of a joke I made, again, 5 nights ago. It was a pretend roast. I said, our First Lady Melania is here. Look at her, so beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow, which obviously was a joke about their age difference and the look of joy we see on her face every time they're together. It was a very light roast joke about the fact that he's almost 80 and she's younger than I am. It was not, by any stretch of the definition, a call to assassination, and they know that. I've been very vocal for many years speaking out against gun violence in particular, but I understand that the First Lady had a stressful experience over the weekend, and probably every weekend is pretty stressful in that house. And also, I agree that hateful and violent rhetoric is something we should reject. I do, and I think a great place to start to dial that back would be to have a conversation with your husband about it, because...
So he doubles down. Jimmy Kimmel, you just heard, he doubles down.
In the most vile way. Like he's just vile.
Yep, absolutely. Did Donald Trump, by the way, ever talk about anyone being shot to death, assassinated, those kinds of things? Because, and I think Kimmel, by the way, I think that clearly he was talking about Donald Trump dying sooner than later. I mean, does anybody actually believe that his joke was about their age difference. Obviously not.
No, we haven't had any kind of major medical report. We have heard things about, swelling in his hands and feet from being on him all day and, going and doing things that Biden never could never have kept up with Trump.
Right.
Yet none of us wish death on Biden, even though he was allegedly crapping his pants in the Vatican, because we knew who would take over.
Joe Biden was actually brain dead for the most of his administration.
And Joan Shingang, I'm going to pronounce it, Shanga Kawawa.
You know what? Every time I hear that, Joan, it's the last give up on Kawawa. That just makes me laugh.
Yeah.
Donald Trump referring to Jimmy Kimmel's segment as a despicable call to violence. His language echoed the statement Melania shared on X, writing Kimmel's hateful and violent rhetoric is intended to divide our country. His monologue about my family is not comedy. His words are corrosive and deepens the political sickness within America. People like Kimmel should not have the opportunity to enter our homes each evening to spread hate. This is something far beyond the pale. Jimmy Kimmel should immediately be fired by Disney and ABC, the president writing. Here's one last jab from Jimmy Kimmel at the president and his staff.
I am sorry that you and the president and everyone in that room on Saturday went through that. I really am. Just because no one got killed doesn't mean it wasn't traumatic and scary. And we should come together and be best. We really should. But if you want us to believe that a joke I made 3 days before this dinner had any effect on anything that happened, well, then maybe someone should look into this psychic lady, too.
This speech tonight will be classic Donald J. Trump. It'll be funny. It'll be entertaining. There will be some shots fired tonight.
So, Caroline Leavitt talking about shots fired.
I know.
Now, clearly, that is, in my opinion, I get where he's going with this, and if I were Kimmel, I'd do the same thing. But nowhere did she say anything about people dying and people being, expectant widows. Clearly, Kimmel is not going to be fired. Clearly, ABC is going to stand by their star, and it is not surprising. But there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with what Caroline Leavitt said. She is not, trust me when I say, and you all know this, she is not part of the problem here. The problem is on the left. The problem is not only what was said by Jimmy Kimmel going into the White House Correspondents' Dinner, but everything that has been said by the Democrats, by the politicians, and by the media, calling Donald Trump Nazi, racist, a threat to our democracy, an existential threat to our nation. All of those things really is going to connect with the unhinged in our society. Then, of course, you have on social media the people that keep saying, do something or something needs to be done. Wink, wink, nod, nod. Those are the people that are listening to people like Jimmy Kimmel. And that kind of rhetoric does have its consequences. It is 5:54 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. By the way, the ballroom debate does continue. We're going to talk about that. Also, some big Iran news. This is rather worrisome that Russia is now communicating with Iran. And basically, Russia, not surprisingly, is taking Iran's side and offering whatever assistance that they need. Details straight ahead. It is 5:55. Joan's got the news coming up at 6. Joan.
Yeah, coming up here, we'll take a look at Robertson County. That's where some storm damage is now being reported. That's coming up at 6 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:59, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan, I don't know if you've gone to Wally's Bean Machine yet this morning. So the espressos are now called raccoon espressos.
Oh.
Kind of like when we changed French vanilla to Freedom Vanilla.
Yeah,
I want to know, did Murphy Show do something to prod Wally to change the espressos to raccoon espressos?
Maybe.
I mean, what did I say to Sam? I said, that's got Murphy Show written all over it.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what they did. It's funny, actually, because as everyone knows, the raccoon is the state animal. Do you know that, Joan?
Yeah, I did.
Okay,
yes.
good. We've covered that before.
What's the state bird then?
The eagle, and it flies for freedom.
What he said.
It's not the eagle. What is it, Sam?
The mockingbird.
Is it really?
Yep.
The mockingbird is the state bird of Tennessee. I love Tennessee.
The mockingbird's the state bird of Tennessee. What?
I see what you did there. Actually, that's good, Sam. All right, it's 6 o'clock. Got a lot more straight ahead. By the way, Matthew Hurt is going to be joining us at 6:35. The latest on the ballroom, the latest on Iran. We got a lot going on. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It is 6 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. The severe weather threat is over now, but the overnight storms left us with some damage and downed trees and lines. And Robertson County crews are out right now in the area around Greenbrier, removing downed trees in several roadways. It was in that area the National Weather Service issued an alert for a confirmed tornado. We are expecting officials to be out on the ground today to determine if that tornado actually touched down. Now, some electric outages continue this morning. NES reporting 4,863. NES also says it has more than 400 line workers on standby to get everyone's power back on. Dixon Electric, 4,400. Middle Tennessee Electric, 295. Duck River Electric reporting 52 outages. There's fresh scrutiny on Democrats who continue refusing to fund the Department of Homeland Security after Saturday's Correspondents' Dinner shooting.
Thanks to Democrats' refusal to negotiate on an appropriations bill. I very much hope that after this weekend's events, we can all agree that law enforcement agencies at the Department of Homeland Security and the entire department need to be funded as quickly as humanly possible.
That's Senate Majority Leader John Thune. Politico is reporting this morning that more than 1,100 TSA officers have quit since the shutdown began on February 14th. And the pace is increasing. That number was just 830 1 week ago. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
The Dow Jones opened the week looking for traction, but slipping 63 points to finish Monday at 49,168. The S&P gained 0.1%. The Nasdaq Composite picked up 0.2, both indexes ending the session at new record highs. A jury has been seated in Elon Musk's lawsuit against OpenAI chief Sam Altman. Musk accuses Altman of reneging on the original vision for OpenAI as a nonprofit devoted to the responsible development of artificial intelligence. Say goodbye to the Nissan Sentra and Hyundai Venue, maybe. The Wall Street Journal says some foreign-based car companies are warning they may have to pull their cheapest models from the U.S. unless a new deal is worked out to ease tariffs. Not getting the morning jolt you expected from your Trader Joe's coffee? A class action lawsuit alleges that the specialty grocer skimped on the caffeine content of one coffee variety and failed to label another as decaf. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
And stock futures this morning mixed. The Dow futures are up 112. The NASDAQ futures down 185. S&P futures, they're falling 17. That is the latest news. Traffic is next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, so some problems this morning on the roads. Some of this is because of debris on the roadway from last night's storms. We've got Goodlettsville, a crash at Gallatin Pike North at Coode Lane, also Haynes, Whites Creek Pike, north of West Trinity Lane. That one involves some injuries as well. There's a crash in Whites Creek on Briley Parkway, westbound lanes past Whites Creek Pike. Also, you've got debris down on the roadway in Kingston Springs. This is CC Road between Brush Creek Road and South Harpeth. There's a blockage this morning in Pleasant View on Old Clarksville Pike near Bluebird Drive. Again, that is because of a fallen tree. And one more fallen tree in Kingston Springs on Sam's Creek Road north of Old Charlotte Pike. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.607 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well, and welcome on in to Nashville's Morning News for a Tuesday. It is April 27th, wet roadways, and a lot of folks more than likely losing some sleep last night because of all of the tornado watches and warnings and the rain and the lightning and the thunder. So we'll try to keep you company and keep you awake this morning. I myself, by the way, am on cup number 3 of Wally's Bean Machine coffee because I got to tell you, it was a rough night in the Mandis house last night with yours truly dealing with all of the warnings and watches and all the other stuff that we're dealing with in the house when these kinds of things happen. We do have some interesting news this morning regarding Russia. Now, Russia, apparently, there is some news with Iran, so we're going to just go through this real quick. Russia is now telling Iran that they'll provide whatever meets the Iranians' interests or needs. Now, that's obviously a problem. This is actually President Trump was speaking with King, Joan. Is it King Charles?
King Charles, yes.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. I quit caring about King Charles. Well, I never actually cared. Can I ask a question? Why is he a squirrel moment, but why is he speaking to our Congress?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good question.
Hey, can I tell you how much that pisses me off?
Yeah. I know.
Like that's right up there with Vladimir Zelensky speaking to our congressman. Like, they're on our dime, and they should be funding our Department of Homeland Security. They should be trying to figure out how to balance our budget and decrease our flippin', debt. That's what they should be doing. Well, what the hell does Charles have to say to us?
He's going to, in the New York Times says, speak of reconciliation and renewal.
They're broke. They need money.
They're broke. They need money.
Are you serious? Is that what they're looking for?
Yep.
They're not looking for money.
No. That's I would anticipate that's what is going to come up in some way. Some trade deal, some negotiation. They're in debt. They spent more money on welfare than they made as a nation.
Well, they refused to join the campaign against Iran, so I don't think that President Trump is going to be. I don't think
President Trump should do diddly or squat for them. What the hell have they done for us?
Yeah, they're going to be here for 4 days. No, not in the Capitol for 4 days. They're going to go visit some of the 9/11 sites. Mm-hmm. Do a couple things, but they had tea yesterday. Today's the day he addresses the Congress.
So they're going to go. So I want to make sure I should move on, but they're going to go to the 9/11 memorial while their country is overrun by radical Islam.
Exactly.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, very good. Thank you, Joan.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should not be listening. Our representatives, my representative, John Rose, should not be listening to King Charles. We gave a crap about them. Our gave a crap diminished a long time ago when it came to the Kings and everything that was going on that side of the pond.
250 years this July.
It's exactly right. Oh
Fox
my gosh.
News is reporting that, the king is really big on environmental issues.
Oh,
And,
yeah?
if he manages to slip in some green agenda initiative kind of thingies, he may not be hearing any applause from one side of the chamber. And so that would be an embarrassment for him.
Do you know what somebody ought to do? Somebody ought to get a 250th birthday T-shirt and give it to Charles. Give it to King Charles. That would be funny.
Yeah.
And it should have the American flag and say "No kings since July 4th, 1776."
That's exactly right.
Yes.
Yeah, whatever happened to no kings? I thought we
And
didn't want
maybe a
kings in
MAGA
this
hat.
country.
Let's get him a red MAGA hat.
Oh, man. Can you imagine? Yeah. You know what? Trump would be like, you can't talk to Congress unless you wear unless you wear a Trump hat. See, I think that would be funny. Make him wear a Trump hat.
Yeah.
Make him wear a 250th birthday T-shirt as well. I find my hostility towards King Charles a little bizarre. I don't know why I'm so hostile against that.
Maybe you had an ancestor that threw tea into the harbor.
You know what? I let it derail my entire segment, and I don't know why. So let's go back to Iran and what is going on with Marco Rubio. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, I do have some video, if we could. He was interviewed by Trey Yingst, and they are talking about Iran.
Well, other than the fact that the country's run by radical Shia clerics, that's a pretty big impediment.
The question was, what is impeding an agreement between Iran and America?
Is that they're deeply fractured internally. And I think that's always been the case, but I think it's far more pronounced now. The best way to understand Iran is you have a political class. Now, I think, look, people talk about moderates and hardliners. They're all hardliners in Iran. But there are hardliners who understand they have to run a country and an economy, and there are hardliners that are completely motivated by theology. The hardliners that are motivated by theology are not just the IRGC officials, but obviously the supreme leader and the council that surrounds him.
Do you believe that Iran's new supreme leader, Moshtaba Khamenei, is alive?
Well, we have indications that he is. Obviously, they claim that he is. We don't have evidence that he's not. But I think the unresolved questions here are, does he have the same credibility as his father did? We know that for many, many years, at least I know that for many years, there's been internal debates in Iran about succession and whether it should be, hereditary based. Should it?
Yeah, I mean, obviously Marco Rubio is right. There's so many things to talk about with Iran and whether or not we should actually agree to the deal that they have now proposed. Iran has proposed to reopen the Strait. This is so funny. Iran has now proposed to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, but wants to sideline any questions about nuclear weapons. What the hell has this whole thing been about? So do they really think that President Trump is going to say, yeah, what we'll do, we'll go ahead and we'll sideline any discussion about nuclear weapons so you can keep building, so you can keep enriching uranium, so you can keep your enriched uranium? I mean, that is insanity. And everybody understands. I mean, anybody who's been paying attention does understand that what the Iranians have been trying to do for, years and years and years and years is to manufacture these, develop these nuclear weapons. And for President Trump, he's been very consistent for a long time. Now, is it worrisome that Russia is telling Iran that they'll provide whatever meets their interests? Yeah, it is. Because Russia's not even apparently being quiet about it. I mean, they're just out in the open. Oh, and what triggered me with the whole Russia thing was apparently a lip reader. I don't know if you saw this, Joan, but a lip reader was watching King Charles and President Trump out on, I guess, the White House lawn, wherever this thing was. And President Trump was telling King Charles that he spoke to Vladimir Putin. And apparently Chuck said, yeah, we'll talk about that later. Or Trump said, we'll talk about that later. And apparently the conversation was that Russia is clearly trying to help Iran, which is not surprising in the least. And, when the president was talking about whether or not we would try to take Iran's nuclear capabilities out and start bombing Iran and all of those other things, what would Russia and China do? Well, we're finding out now that Russia, and I'm assuming China as well, they are going to continue to help Iran as we try to find some sort of an agreement with the Iranians. But President Trump saying not only no, but heck no, we're not going to reopen the Strait of Hormuz and allow you to simply continue in your quest for nuclear weapons. It is 6:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. .16 as far as your weather goes, a couple of morning showers, a thunderstorm, otherwise cloudy, breezy, and humid. Any downpour can bring localized damaging wind gusts, a high of 82. And, Joan, I know that there is a very slight possibility of tornadoes. That's going to be later on tonight, I assume.
Yeah, so he's Stefano's talking about some storms coming back this evening, 6, 7 o'clock-ish. And the key is if we get a lot of sunshine today, it's going to recharge the atmosphere. So then there's a little more potential for heavy storms. But if it stays cloudy today, we may see like just some really weak thunderstorms move through. That would be wonderful.
That would be wonderful because I don't know, Joan, about you, but I got probably about 2 hours of sleep last night. Like, that was what I got.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, well, it's okay. Not a big deal. Had a hard time sleeping, and then once I finally started dozing off, of course, the storms started. And but that's okay. That's why we have Wally's Bean Machine at wallysbeanmachine.com.
And lovely nap time later on. Which
That's
is
exactly
what I
right.
always count on.
All right, Marco Rubio talking about, he had a great interview with Trey Yingst over there on Fox News, talking about the latest on the Strait of Hormuz and Iran. All of that has kind of taken a back burner. As a matter of fact, they were supposed to have some talks last weekend, and I think President Trump, didn't he pull back Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner?
He did.
Because he wasn't satisfied that they were going to go anywhere. I thought it was interesting. And you folks, if you listen with any kind of regularity, you know that I'm a big fan of the Daily Mail. I was triggered by one of their headlines. The headline was that they were positioning the fact that J.D. Vance was ultimately not going to be included in those talks that were ultimately canceled anyway. But they positioned it as J.D. Vance was being iced out of the conversation. He was being iced out of the negotiations. And I had a completely different take on all that. My take was, and I believe that my take was the correct one, was that the reason why J.D. Vance didn't go to Iran or was not going to go to Iran, and I think that the fact that Trump canceled those talks last weekend is indicative of the fact that I'm right on this, was that why send the vice president out to Iran when clearly they're not serious about these negotiations? And so I think the exact quote from the president and the exact quote from the administration was basically, you know what, when Iran gets serious, then we'll send J.D. Vance out. There's no point, and I said this on Friday, there's no point to waste the vice president's time sending him to Pakistan when the Iranians simply cannot get their crap together. And the fact that they have now proposed to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, but in doing so, they want to sideline any questions of their nuclear weapons development and their uranium and all that kind of stuff. I mean, that tells you that they're not serious. That tells you that they're not listening to President Trump. Here's another audio bite from Marco Rubio. The question is whether or not Iran is serious about trying to make a deal.
I think the Iranians are serious about getting themselves out of the mess that they're in. All the problems Iran had, they had riots a few months ago, and these were economic riots. All the problems that Iran had before the start of this conflict are still in place, and most of them are worse. And now they have half the missiles, none of the factories, and no Navy.
Now, one of the big questions is, and I keep seeing varying reports on this, because Marco Rubio is talking about how much weaponry the Iranians have. There's a lot of people that are talking about and are worried about our weaponry. But, you know, it seems to make sense. And, you know, we spoke to General Richard Newton last week about this, actually, if I'm not mistaken, where there's no it seems to me anyway, there's no real reason at this point to continue to bomb the living crap out of, you know, Tehran. The battle is now gone to the Strait of Hormuz. That is where the battle is now going. It makes a lot of sense for us to do whatever we can to open up the Strait of Hormuz and at the same time keep Iran and their boats and their blockades in place and any sanctions against Iran in place as well. One more soundbite from Marco Rubio talking about Iran and whether or not this blockade is going to continue.
At the end of the day, even though they are radicals, there are still people in the Iranian system that every single day, behind every decision they make, they weigh the costs and they weigh the benefits. And we have to make sure that the costs of all the nefarious things they are doing outweigh the benefits of what they are doing. This is the reason why the blockade is in place. The blockade is not a blockade against shipping. It's a blockade against Iranian shipping because they cannot be the sole beneficiaries of an illegal, unlawful, and unjustified system of tolling and control in the Straits.
But that means that we need to figure out a way to prevent Iran from blocking the Strait of Hormuz. And the Trump administration is working on that. By the way, a couple of headlines real quick. CNN 15 minutes ago, Donald Trump unlikely to accept Iran's latest proposal to end the war, according to sources. And my response to that would be, duh. It is 6:22 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN because I don't believe that Iran is serious about trying to end the war. Joan has the news coming up at 6:30. Joan.
Yeah, we've got some storms returning later on today. So we'll check in with Stefano and see what exactly we're expecting. It's all coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here for my friends at Window Nation. You know, there was a time in my life where we would get the kind of rain that we got last night, and in my bedroom, in my windowsill, I would have all kinds of water because my old windows leaked. Well, guess what? Since I put in Window Nation windows in my home, well, that doesn't happen anymore. Listen, if that's happening to you, you know, we get the kind of rain that we got last night and you've got a bunch of water in your windowsill, you've got to call my friends at Window Nation. They can install brand new energy efficient windows at a great price. And right now, they've got even better prices because they are in the middle of their The More You Buy, The More You Save sale. That is going on right now. You could save up to 50% off all the windows in your home, and you could get them with 0% interest financing for 5 years. That is huge. From my friends at Window Nation, every month, they've got a new way to save you money. I've got, count them, 4 windows from Window Nation in my home. Yes, 1 in my bedroom, 2 in my basement studio, and also 1 in my kitchen. Find them online, windownation.com. They've got an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, 96% customer satisfaction rating, and over 45,000 5-star reviews, including from yours truly. Now, don't forget that deal. If you want to upgrade your home, upgrade the windows in your home, check out my friends at Window Nation. The More You Buy, The More You Save sale going on right now. You could save up to 50% off all the windows for your home, and you could get them with 0% interest financing for 5 years. Find them online. Schedule a fast, free consultation right now. WindowNation.com. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. WindowNation.com. .624, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Remember, Matthew Hurt is coming up at 6:35, going to talk about politics. You know, one of the things I'm going to ask him is about Hakeem Jeffries. Hakeem Jeffries, I think that he is, and I've got some great audio, but I think old Hakeem, I don't know if he's starting to sort of, you know, wither under the glow of the spotlight, or if he's really becoming more emboldened by the hate that he is receiving from people on the right. We'll talk about how he has been doubling down on his rhetoric regarding the Republican Party. We'll get to that. I'm going to tell you about my buddy, Dr. Jeff Horn. You know, so many people, maybe even you, are living with cataracts, and maybe you don't even realize how much it is impacting and affecting your daily life. Now, the good news is that if you've got cataracts, the fix is quick. It all begins with a personalized consultation with my guy, Dr. Jeff Horn at Vision for Life. If you've been dealing with blurry or cloudy vision, glare or halos around lights, maybe colors that just don't seem as bright as they used to, these are all signs, my friends, that you have cataracts. And a lot of people, driving becomes difficult for them, even dangerous, especially at night. Some folks even experience double vision in one eye. Now, that is not something that you need to live with. Cataract surgery today, these days, it is fast, it is painless, and the results can be truly life-changing. So don't wait. Call my buddy, Dr. Jeff Horn, 615-436-2020, 615-436-2020. Tell him Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Visit visionforlife.com to schedule your cataract evaluation with Dr. Horn today and find out if you qualify. 615-436-2020, visionforlife.com, and start seeing clearly again. .628 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You know, Joan, I made a commitment to myself.
What'd you do that for?
I said, self, do not let your entire show be given away to the stupid, right? So the stupid being people online who are complaining, oh, Donald Trump wasn't shot and killed, you know, just, oh, we missed again. You know, all that stupidity. As I said yesterday, I think it was yesterday, I could give up my entire show just to playing numbskulls like this.
Man, there's been a few creators on here saying that like Friday or yesterday could have been the day. And then I wake up to that news, but not that news. We're gonna have to pay really close attention to what they're trying to actually distract us from.
Yeah, so she's just been fired.
Oh, has she?
She's a school teacher at the Children's House in Indiana University, East something or another.
Yeah, I reposted that, and you know.
Oh, did you? Okay,
yeah,
good.
with you know, what is it called? Bright House, I think, or something.
Mhm.
And I sent it to them. I tagged them in it.
That
so,
girl, Joan.
Yeah. Yes.
Joan Jones,
That
one woman
feels
wrecking
good.
crew.
That feels good. Some of the people that follow me reposted it, so you know
girl.
that's how it works. Like we have to stick together and make things happen.
Well, and the thing is, we've already seen people losing their jobs, right? So I don't know what it is that these morons don't understand. But when you are openly advocating for, people to be killed, then, I mean, you have free speech, but you don't have freedom of consequences.
Yes.
And you have an employer, and trust me, we know this in talk radio, when you have an employer that doesn't like what you are putting out there, and that impacts their brand and could impact their business, then yeah, they have the right to let you go. And this woman was let go. And as I said, there's a lot of people that are out there that, are posting this kind of content, and some are getting fired and some are not. But it's a, mess around and find out kind of day for some of these folks.
Yes.
631 on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories, and the storms are mostly out of here with the exception of areas near Winchester and Lynchburg. That's where folks are still seeing some thunderstorms this morning. But don't get too cozy, because Stefano tells us that we're going to get some more of that tonight.
It's mostly going to be a main line of storms this evening and heading into early tonight. So around dinner time again, 6, 7 o'clock, if not just after that. Storms will weaken as they continue to march east into the Cumberland Plateau, unless we have that good sunshine, because then we could see additional storms continue into early in the night.
So keep it here, and we will keep you posted. Lawrence County was hit especially hard last night, and there are some numerous trees reported down along Tennessee 20. That's Barnesville Road in the Summertown area. And that may be the scene that's pretty common around the entire Nashville area this morning. Careful as you make your way out this morning. More trouble for California as supporters of a new tax on billionaires are celebrating because a ballot measure appears to have gotten enough support to make it onto the ballot this November. Here's ABC's Sophie Flay.
Governor Gavin Newsom, along with Silicon Valley tech executives, fiercely opposed the proposal. Opponents saying the exodus has already begun to Florida, Texas, and Nevada.
And some to Tennessee as well. The measure imposes a one-time 5% tax on more than 200 billionaires living in California. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
So how many billionaires, Joan, do you think will be living in California in like 5 years?
I don't think that there's going to be many.
It's not going to be 200, I could tell you that.
Oh, yeah. So many have already left. And
you know what the thing is?
They're packing up.
Even if they can absorb a 5% tax, I would think that just being targeted the way that they're being targeted, whether it is in New York, whether it's being in California, again, if they have the ability to move, heck with it and move. I mean, I myself would not stand to be targeted. So if I could if I could absorb a 5% tax, I'd say, no, I'm going to go move someplace else.
In a moment of sanity, Gavin Newsom has said, well, we do this one time and the money goes out to the place it's supposed to go to education. It's supposed to go to healthcare initiatives. What happens when that money runs out? Then they're going to tap them again.
Yep.
Like it's not something that's it will be never ending. Also, some people are saying that there's sort of a Trojan horse in this that allows it without any, without difficulty at all to be turned into a one-time 5% tax on everybody living in the state. So it could be, could be ugly.
And how much of that money is going to fraud? By the way, there's that too.
So much. So
all right.
much.
Well,
yeah.
you know what I love about living in Tennessee? What I love about living in Tennessee is, number one, of course, income tax free. But number two, there's great stores that are Tennessee proud, like DT McCall's. Now, if you need a lawnmower, DT McCall's has a great deal waiting for you at their Cookeville location. It all begins on May 1st. That is coming up on this Friday. So this is their once-a-year sale prices. These are once-a-year sale prices. You get 0% financing opportunities as well. It is their Cub Cadet lawnmower sale. Again, they do this once a year. Cub Cadet lawnmowers are among the elite mowers in America, and you can get yours at an incredible price beginning Friday, the 1st. We decided that was Friday, right?
It is Friday.
Right.
Yeah.
I shanked the date earlier today, so my dates are all screwed up, Joan. By the way, for the record, for people who got confused over the date, it is the 28th.
Today is the 28th.
Yeah, it's not the 27th.
Oh, I see.
Sam. So with DT McCall's, they got all sizes and styles, ride-ons and push mowers at great prices. It all does begin on Friday at DT McCall's, their Cookeville location. They do it every single year to save you money. Now, it's not just on lawn mowers, though, because if you need some indoor furniture, you need some appliances, you need some lawn and garden stuff, you need DT McCall's. Great prices, terrific selection as well. They've been at it for over 100 years. Great Tennesseans, great Americans as well, DT McCall's, as they have as many of their items made right here in Tennessee as possible. Keep it local. Shop local and shop DT McCall's. Check out their Cub Cadet lawnmower sale right now at DT McCall's, their Cookeville location. Online anytime, dtmccalls.com.
We still have some problems this morning in Rolling Mill Hill. A crash at the off-ramp on 24, the eastbound off-ramp to westbound I-40 south. It is blocked off. The off-ramp right lane has been blocked off. Whites Creek, Briley Parkway westbound before Clarksville Pike. It's a crash in the right lane. Kingston Springs, 40 eastbound at the Cheatham-Davidson County line. There's a crash on the right shoulder, and that shoulder is blocked off this morning. Make that the left shoulder there on I-40. Also this morning on in Capitol View on I-40 westbound, the ramp to Church Street is partially blocked blocked off. That ramp, by the way, is flooded out. 65 north in June Lake, an accident past June Lake Boulevard. And then you've got a crash as well in Goodlettsville on Springfield Highway at Williamson Road East. Now, there are some power lines down this morning in Kingston Springs. It's on CC Road between Brush Creek Road and South Harpeth Road. Watch it there. Kingston Springs as well at Craggy Hope Road and Kingston Springs Road between Kingston Springs Road and 70. There's multiple trees down in that area, so they've blocked off the roadway there. Pleasant View, Old Clarksville Pike at Bluebird Drive, blocked off there, a fallen tree. You've got multiple trees down in South Harpeth as well. So South Harpeth Road between Poplar Creek Road and Lubin Hills Road, that is blocked off. One more blockage this morning, this one also in Kingston Springs, and it's a fallen tree that's down on Sam's Creek Road north of Old Charlotte's Pike. You may have to find a different way around some of these spots this morning. Be careful. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN, and welcome on into Nashville's Morning News. Boy, with daylight comes, we're finding out a lot of the power lines are down. We've got a lot of trees down as well. We've got you covered with all your traffic and weather here on Super Talk 99.7. Matthew Hurt is joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline. Matthew, always great to have you on. I want to play this piece of audio for you. This is Hakeem Jeffries, and he is getting rather combative.
As it relates to anything that has been said, certainly as it relates to the comment related to maximum warfare everywhere, all the time, in connection with the redistricting battle that Republicans launched. I stand by it. You can continue to criticize me for it. I don't give a damn about your criticism.
So that is Hakeem Jeffries. He's kind of a punk. He's getting rather punk-like. Is he getting defensive, or is he becoming more emboldened? What do you think, Matthew?
You know, Dan, he is getting more emboldened after the Virginia gerrymandering referendum.
Yep.
This is a zero-sum game for Democrats like Hakeem Jeffries. The mask is off. It is foolish for him to argue that Donald Trump started this fight. We know for a fact that states like Illinois, like all of the New England states, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, all of them up there have done this for years, where there are 40% of the electorate in New England is Republican, and there are 0 Republican members of the House of Representatives. The Democrat states that have been gerrymandered have been gerrymandered for 20 or 30 years. There are no more Democratic seats to squeeze out of them, at least in a place like Texas. And even the Florida map that Governor DeSantis unveiled yesterday, I believe, is the districts are compact. They follow some kind of rule for how to draw a district. And, of course, Virginia, which passed, just in the last week and a half or so with 51 to 49, those are the most gerrymandered districts in the country, moving from a fair map, a legitimately fair map that everyone agreed was fair, to something that looks more like Massachusetts. It is absolutely outrageous, and the mask is off for Hakeem and the Democrats. This is a power grab, and it will be until the end of time, I think.
Well, so the Supreme Court has allowed the GOP's redistricting in Texas, so that's good news. There's a lot of talk about the Virginia Supreme Court. I actually wish I would have brought this up on my computer. I've got it in a couple of days ago. But there's a lot of questions as to the constitutionality of whether or not this was actually done according to the Constitution in Virginia. There are some people that are saying that it will not pass constitutional muster. We've been so, of course, involved in, not only the war, but also the assassination attempt on Donald Trump. When will the Virginia Supreme Court decide whether or not this was actually legal? Ken Cuccinelli is out there saying there's no way that this is going to pass.
Yeah, former Virginia Attorney General Ken Ken Cuccinelli has been on the air for the last week or so talking about this. Smart guy. There are two cases. One case that was heard by the Virginia Supreme Court yesterday morning. They had an hour of oral arguments. There's another one called Republican National Committee versus Virginia Department of Elections. That is still that's coming up. It'll come through the Virginia Supreme Court. So there will be two cases ultimately heard by the Virginia Supreme Court. The case yesterday focused on the legality of the process before it made it to the ballot. So in Virginia, you have to have two intervening elections where a legislative body votes. Tennessee does the same thing, a similar thing with constitutional amendments. Two general assemblies have to vote for a constitutional amendment before it goes to the ballot. The question in Virginia is, were there intervening elections? Were there enough intervening elections? And where in the process? The governor in 2024 called a special session. He is not able to revoke that special session. But what ended up happening between 24 and 2025 was that the special session probably ended. That's part of the question. And the General Assembly acted like the special session was still going on.
Yep.
And so they took a new item. When a governor calls a special session, you can only identify, or a governor or a legislature calls a special session, you can only identify a specific number of things to take action on. And the General Assembly added this to a list of things that were approved, and so it's not germane or relevant to the special session. So there are a number of questions there. We should hear something, honestly, within 3 or 4 weeks on that, and I think the timeline will be the same. The Supreme Court has to act fairly quickly because this impacts elections this year. And from my understanding, I'm not an attorney, I don't play one on the radio, but because this is specific to the Virginia Constitution, the Virginia Supreme Court is the law of the land here. It will not go to the Supreme Court of the U.S.
There is a lot of consternation, a lot of criticism of Republicans for not spending more on this referendum. The Democrats outspent the Republicans 3-1. And somebody had said to me, well, maybe they knew that the Virginia Supreme Court, perhaps the Republicans knew that the Virginia Supreme Court would knock this down. I mean, did the Republicans not spend enough money trying to defeat this referendum?
So to the second point, I think it is not safe to put your eggs in the court's basket. The way the Supreme Court is elected is selected in Virginia is that they are selected by the members of the General Assembly, and two of the most conservative justices are up for re-election in 2027 and 2028. And if those individuals who are most likely to vote down the measure are now beholden to a Democrat supermajority in the House and a Senate Democrat majority. So I wouldn't have put my eggs in that basket. We're looking for a 4-3 vote against the process, which would invalidate the referendum. But if you look at what was spent, I do think that, you and I have talked about this a number of times. If the midterm elections are going to be difficult for Republicans, a win in Virginia at the ballot would have changed that narrative. What I can tell you, the RNC spent some money. We had a great outside group with former Virginia Attorney General Jason Miyares and Eric Cantor, former member of Congress, who spent about $23 million, but we were outspent 4-1. And if the Republican national infrastructure had probably come in with maybe 10 or 15 million more dollars on ballot chasing and other ads, and I'm sitting here in my kitchen looking at the mailers that we received. We received 5 or 6 mailers, but television ads weren't up early enough. And that could have permeated the electorate because many people went to the polls and read the language which was definitely unfairly written. And I think many voters went to the polls and voted the way they did not intend to because the language was vague. And so, yeah, I think if somebody had spent a little more money on ads early on, that would have flipped this election by a point or two, which would have in fact flipped the outcome altogether.
Right, because were you surprised at how close it was?
I was. It's a good question, Dan. What I saw at the local level, and I will say this about the Republican Party of Virginia, a lot of grassroots activists are frustrated with their state party from time to time. We had just elected a brand new chairman, a guy named Jeff Ryer, and he hit the ground running. The local committees, now I'm a local county party chairman, and the local committees had all the resources that we could get access to. We had ready communication from the state party. We had messaging assistance. They sent us postcards and literature. We had access to data. This was, as I've said to a number of media outlets over the last week and a half, this was the most coordinated yet most diffused, and by that I mean the power and decisions were left to the local unit committees and our district committees that I've ever seen in my 17, 18 years in Virginia. I'm very impressed with how the state party used what resources we did have to make an impact here.
Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, had this to say about the assassination attempt on Donald Trump.
They have full-on Trump derangement syndrome, okay? And it informs how they see the world and how they react, and how irresponsible they are now is on full display for the whole country. I hope voters remember this in the fall. You got to keep the grown-ups in charge, and that's the Republicans.
So Slate also had an article this morning that I wanted to ask you about. The headline basically was the would-be assassin, had a mission, but what he did could have the actual opposite effect. People talking about how this could impact the midterm elections by garnering sympathy for Donald Trump and for the Republicans. What do you think?
Oh, Dan, I think that is an optimistic take. Osra Nomani on Fox News over the weekend had really great comments. So this young man who booked a hotel room before, he was already on site. You know, he didn't try to breach security. He was already in the building. It was his hatred and TDS was fomented in a system engaging with other leftists and people who oppose Donald Trump out in California. Nomani essentially argued he's a product of that atmosphere, and I think that is exactly right. People get into political ideologies or groups, and they get cycled up and more extreme, and this caused this outburst. It's concerning to me. This is now the third attempt, and it seemed like this guy was going to go after pretty much any administration official he could have had access to. So it's a dangerous time. I think the far left is definitely more prone to violence, and we've seen those outbursts.
Yep.
And I'm not quite sure where that ends, and it is very concerning for me.
Do you think that this will end when Donald Trump terms out? And let's just say, for example, maybe J.D. Vance is the next president if he wins. Do you think that this culture of assassination and violence will end with J.D. Vance if he wins, if J.D. Vance or, say, Marco Rubio is the president?
I don't really know, Dan. You think about, and Donald Trump is certainly a unique political figure in American history. In 2016, I said, wow, this is the craziest election I've ever experienced, and I've said it now every presidential election. I don't know if there's a back to, and I'm using air quotes, normalcy. We elect, another standard politician. I don't know what we return to. We're here celebrating America's 250th. Our founders didn't expect this experiment to last more than a generation anyway, and I'm not sure where we come back from. I think it is important for individuals, people who are listening to this program, and the people who would never listen to this program, leftists and others, to understand the importance of what we're doing here under this Constitution. This is the first government ever where the party in power willingly gave over power to the others who won in 1801, in March of 1801. And I think it is so important that we recognize that. And there's no way the media isn't going to remind us of that. It is up to parents and educators and civic leaders and community leaders to remind us of that, so that we get back to some sense of government exists to protect the rights that God has given us, and we execute government by electing people to make decisions on our behalf, and those people are duly elected in a legal process, and we have to trust all of that and trust in the institution has diminished significantly over the last 20 or 25 years.
All right. Matthew Hurt, always great to have you on. How can people find you on X?
I'm on X at Matthew Hurt, MattheHewHurtt.
All right, thank you. And we'll talk to you again soon at 6:55. Joan's got the news at 7. Joan.
Yeah, Lawrence County reporting some heavy damage from last night's storms. We'll take a look at what's left behind coming up at 7 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here for the Glock store. Now, let me give you a date. It's going to be Saturday, May 30th. That is when the Glock store's open house is going to be. It is an annual event at the Glock store. Now, ask me how I know that it's an annual event. Because I've been to, I don't know, the last 3 or 4, 5 maybe. But listen, if you're into 2A and you want to like win some really cool stuff or buy some really cool stuff at some really great prices, you've got to go to the Glock store's open house. It is going to be on Saturday, May 30th. You can enter raffles. You can hear 2A speakers. You can get all kinds of guns and ammo and accessories for your firearms as well. And by the way, I'll be there. Chris Hand is going to be there. Matt Murphy is going to be there as well. And we all cannot wait to meet you. It is going to be, again, the Glock store, Saturday, May 30th, their big open house. Raffles, 2A speakers, guns and ammo. I'm assuming they're going to have some really good food trucks as well. You know the Glock store. You know that this is my place for all things 2A. Guns, ammo, accessories, training as well. You got to check them out. Find them online, glockstore.com and shoot270.com. Don't forget, Saturday, May 30th, it is their next open house. $6:58 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, Joan.
Yeah.
Apparently I triggered 7882.
Is that right?
Yes.
And what are they saying to
Among
you?
other things, 7882 says a sympathy for your orange Jesus is not going to happen. He also said it's also up to the radio host to tell the truth and not inflame tensions. So you want to know what I responded back with?
I hope it was something snarky.
It is up to the radio host to report the truth, and the truth is people like you are nuts.
Uh-oh, retard alert. Retard alert, class.
Anyway, so yeah, 7882. Listen, I'm simply reporting and responding. You know what it is? What is it the young kids say? I'm matching energy. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
I'm matching
Wow.
the energy of people like 7882.
You just threw it down.
Listen, I can't be the only one screaming kumbaya. And when you got arrows, coming at you all the time, then no, that's not the way that this works, 7882. Yes, I am matching your energy. I am matching the energy of Hakeem Jeffries. I'm matching the energy of the mainstream media. That's the energy that I'm matching. It's a little hard to diffuse tensions when only one side of the aisle, the Republicans, are interested in diffusing tensions. The left, they are ratcheting it up day after day after day. There you go. Got a lot more straight ahead on WTN.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And as the sun comes up and gives us a good look at what's left behind from last night's storms, folks in Lawrence County, and especially in the northern part of the county, are reporting some damage that includes roofs being torn off, some pole barns and sheds, trees down on homes and across roadways. Some power lines are down, too. Bill Phillips with the County Emergency Management Team speaking with WSMV4.
The main thing is we do not need a lot of sightseers in the area, and it is often tempting to get up there and look at that. But the responders have a lot of work to do to get the debris cleared, so we are asking people that if you don't need to be in the area, please don't go up there just to be looking.
Yes, Summertown area is hardest hit. He said schools there are closed for today. Now, we'll look at the power outages at this point. The Lawrence Utility System, that's the one serving Lawrence County, is still reporting 558 outages this morning. NES has 7,100 roughly. Dixon Electric, 5,052. MTE has 72. Duck River Electric, 1,206. And CEMC has 277. Now, we are in a lull for the rest of the day weather-wise, but things are going to pick up again tonight with another line of storms that come through before you go to bed this time. Stefan DiPietro there on what to expect for tonight.
Tornado threat is much lower. Is it necessarily zero? No, but I think we have a little bit more of an increased risk for some large hail, and we're still mostly focused on high wind gusts and heavier rainfall.
Yeah, so stay with us throughout the day. We'll track yet another storm system. A couple of children are missing out of Sevier County this morning, and the sheriff's office there is asking Tennesseans to keep an eye out for these kids. Aaliyah and Lucas Moser are 7 and 9 years old, respectively. Officials think that they may be traveling in a gray 2014 Nissan Pathfinder with Tennessee plates BTH 9920. If you see this vehicle, please call police. In the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, suspected gunman Cole Allen appeared in court for the first time yesterday, charged with attempting to assassinate the president. Now, the incident is raising questions about the security at events where the president is in attendance. Here's ABC's News Chief Justice Correspondent Pierre Thomas.
The acting attorney general says agents fired 5 shots at Allen as he stormed a security checkpoint.
We do believe that, as the complaint lays out, that the suspect, that the defendant fired it out of his shotgun, and we know that that happened.
Allen, they say, was quickly subdued 1 floor above the ballroom.
Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. We've got Dow futures right now plus 82 points, but the NASDAQ futures falling 355. S&P futures are down 50. That is the latest news. Stick around for traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, hang with me here. A lot of stuff going on. Bordeaux at Buena Vista Pike, both north and southbound lanes are closed between Curtis Street and West Trinity Lane. It looks like there's a very serious crash in that area. Got some flooding in Capitol View. It's on 40 westbound at the off-ramp to Church Street. That off-ramp is blocked off. An accident in June Lake on 65 north before June Lake Boulevard, exit number 55. Brentwood, 65 north before Old Hickory Boulevard south, exit 74. There's a crash, and it's taking out 2 center lanes. A problem in Kingston Springs. There's a crash eastbound on 40 at the Cheatham-Davidson County line, and the left shoulder is blocked off. An accident in Goodlettsville on Springfield Highway at Williamson Road East. Now, we've got a couple of problems in Kingston Springs this morning. Power lines are down on CC Road between Brush Creek Road and South Harpeth Road. Also, Sam's Creek Road in Kingston Springs, north of Old Charlotte Pike. There's a fallen tree in that area, and the roadway is closed. Craggy Hope Road at Kingston Spring Road and US 70 blocked off there. Multiple trees are down. You've got trees down and debris in the road in Baxter on 40 westbound past Old Baxter Road. In Pleasant View, a fallen tree at Old Clarksville Pike and Bluebird Drive. And one more in South Harpeth. There's multiple trees down. So South Harpeth Road between Poplar Creek Road and Lubin Hills Road, that is shut down this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.707, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan, I don't know if you had this or not. CNN says the FBI has accessed press gala shooting suspect's phone. So that is, they just popped this up. I mean, I don't know. Why is that breaking news? Isn't that like obvious?
You know.
I know.
CNN is just using it to get clicks.
Why do I do that?
To give CNN clicks.
Thank you, Joan.
You little commie. Sorry.
I don't even know why this is on CNN.
Yeah, I don't know.
What is the Murphy Show doing here in the afternoon?
Well, you know, if you listened.
Why would you say it like that, Joan? I listen to Murphy Show when I'm awake and when I'm able to listen.
You sound so white.
No, just stop it already. All right. 708, Nashville's Morning News. You know who is saying that we need to build a ballroom?
Besides Donald Trump?
Rand Paul.
What?
Yeah,
Hold
Rand
on,
Paul.
they're on the same side of an issue?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, believe it or not. So Rand Paul, this is the headline. The debate over the ballroom does continue. Rand Paul now wants it to be built. Now, there are those who are saying, and I think Brian kind of sort of said this yesterday, there's some folks that are saying that the White House Correspondents' Dinner would not have been held at the White House because that's not a neutral territory, if you will. This is what they're saying. Megan Hayes, a Democrat strategist, says, I think that there is a big misunderstanding and cannot be missed here is that this is not a White House event, says Megan Hayes, a Democrat strategist who was special assistant to former President Joe Biden during his administration. So I would say this. If the White House correspondence people, if they want to do the event, and it's Donald Trump or, frankly, any Republican at this point, then they need to not be putting their lives on the line for an event that ultimately does not matter. That's what I would say. And I would say that unless there can be a building that holds these types of events that can be secured, there's no reason to do it. And by the way, I do understand what they're saying about a neutral site, but I also don't understand why, as I said yesterday, that if the concern is that a private event has to be separate from taxpayer events, then just rent out the ballroom and rent the White House employees as well. I mean, it can be very turnkey. Hotels do this all the time, where it's like if I'm a person that puts on events, I go to a hotel and I say, hey, listen, I want to put on this event. I want to rent out this ballroom and this staff. And that's what they do. Why can't the White House do that? Why can't the White House correspondence people go to the White House and say, hey, we want to go ahead, if the only way that we can get this done and have this great event, I'm air quoting, is to rent out the White House ballroom, then that's what we're going to do. We're going to rent out the White House ballroom. That seems to make sense to me. But you're going to have people that are going to say, oh, no, it's a Donald Trump vanity project. And, you know, this is something that only the president wants. I got news for you, friends, that by the time this thing is actually done, the current president, Donald Trump, won't be able to use it for but a few months. That's number one. And as everybody knows, this ballroom, they've been trying to build this for a long time. Now, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, there's been a big movement going on in Congress, both chambers, where Republicans en masse now are submitting various bills to get this ballroom built. This is Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House. This is what he had to say about the ballroom. This is video.
On the opposite, they've incited violence, in my view. I mean, you have some of the most prominent figures in the House and the Senate on the Democrat side effectively, you know, calling for war. I mean, they use those kinds of metaphors, and it incites violence because there are crazy people in society, and they get radicalized online. And so we've got to recognize that it's time to turn down the rhetoric. We've been saying this over and over, and not use that kind of language. I hope that this will be a sobering reminder for everybody about that very important cause. I'm grateful to Fetterman. He's right. The ballroom will be a solution for this because it'll be on the most secure compound in the world. It won't have hotel rooms above it, and it'll have 7-inch thick glass, for example, on the windows. So it'll be a very safe environment to do events like this. We need a place. We have needed a place like that, and the president keeps pointing it out.
Well, and by the way, it's not just about the White House Correspondents' Dinner. You know, people are saying, well, it wouldn't have been able to be done in the ballroom. Well, it's not just about that one event. I mean, there's a lot of events that could be held at said ballroom. And by the way, that preservation group, a couple of things there just to clean up. Yes, John Fetterman has come out and he has actually said, we need to build the ballroom. So that is John Fetterman. And Mike Johnson also saying, you know what? There's an awful lot of very harsh rhetoric that is going on. And we keep seeing people triggered by what the left is doing. So, yeah, what we need to do is we need to protect Republicans and protect people in the administration, whether it's Democrat or Republican. And they need to build this ballroom. The preservation group that brought the lawsuit says they will not be dropping the lawsuit, unfortunately. So the suspect in the shooting, Cole Allen, was able to get into the Hilton by booking a hotel room the night before. That move allowed him to stay in the hotel without having to show an invitation to the dinner or any pre-parties, according to CNN. A slew of Republicans have come out and supported the legislation to fast-track the president's ballroom. So Representative Randy Fine, Lauren Boebert are both working on bills to that end. Senators Lindsey Graham, Katie Britt, and Eric Schmidt also are set to unveil legislation to fund the presidential ballroom. And yes, Rand Paul has come out now, and he has said that he wants it built as well. Got a little bit more on this straight ahead. It is 7:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather goes, and, you know, it's going to be a little dicey as the day continues to progress. A couple of morning showers and a thunderstorm, otherwise cloudy, breezy, humid. Any downpour can bring localized damaging wind gusts and a high of 82. Your complete forecast is coming up here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So, yeah, you've got Rand Paul, who is dropping a bill today. His post on X, I'm dropping a bill tomorrow, today. Let's build the ballroom. So, yeah, I mean, I agree with Joan. Rand Paul actually is now saying, and, you know, that we need to build the ballroom. That actually says something. And again, you know, the Democrats trying to paint this whole thing as a Donald Trump vanity project when this has been talked about for years. So one of the things that I thought was fascinating, got some video here, is, you know, Todd Blanche is up there. and he is answering questions. There was a question that was so incredibly dumb, he had to call it out. You know what the question was, Joan? Some reporter actually asked this question. Does the president want to build the ballroom so he does not have to leave the White House grounds? Did you hear that question yesterday?
We're talking about a guy who goes everywhere in the United States and holds these giant rallies.
Yes. It's so dumb. So Todd Blanche called him out.
By building the ballroom, that President Trump wouldn't need to go outside of the confines of the White House. I mean, is that something that the American people, should find acceptable, that the president would have to be, for major events, confined to the White House? It seems like kind of a castle situation.
That is obviously not what he means by that. And the fact that question comes with respect to President Trump is laughable in the extreme. I mean, laughable in the extreme. You have a president who willingly speaks with you guys multiple times a day, I would say 7 days a week. Yep. He is active all over the country. I think with that, keeping it to the four corners of that statement, when he says demonstrably, it's demonstrated by what happened on Saturday night. So that doesn't mean that the Secret Service would ever let the president go into an unsafe environment. I know that the director of the Secret Service will be focused on making sure that we always keep him safe. And by the way, as we said before, and as anybody that was in that room knows, we were safe. We were safe. We heard a lot of loud noises that at the time many of us thought could be guns going off. It was mostly plates falling because of the staff, understandably, were running. So my reaction to that is I'll leave anything with respect to security up to the great men and women of the Secret Service. But when we talk about having an environment like the ballroom, it's an environment like what you saw last night.
Well, and again, not to belabor the point, but the president is barely, the current president is barely going to be able to use the ballroom if it ultimately ends up getting built. I mean, we don't know what's going to happen.
Every president beyond him. It's a gift.
Do you think that what they'll do, this is my prediction, because, President Trump likes his gold, right, Joan?
Oh, yeah.
So if they actually, and who was it? Was it Swalwell that actually said that a barometer as far as who the nominee will be for the Democrats is who will tear down that ballroom on day one? Yeah. Right? So now Swalwell, obviously, he shanked himself when he's destroyed his own political aspirations. But it's the California governor's race with all of that affair and all that stuff. But, the thing is that if they do eventually build the ballroom, one of the things that they're going to do is they're going to go in. If they don't tear it down, they're at the very least going to tear down all of his gold. Because, there's gold all over the place,
and
right?
That ballroom is going to be a lot of gold.
A lot of gold.
Yeah.
So they'll probably take down the gold. And, and here's the deal. If they want to do that, because they redo the Oval Office, when a new president comes in and an old president goes out. Trump did it with Biden and Biden did it with Trump. And this is what they do. So if they have to go ahead and change the decor of the ballroom, then so be it. But the bottom line is it's not about just the White House Correspondents' Center. It is about having a place for events moving forward. And as I said, I mean, why not have the White House Correspondents' Center simply rent the facility out so that they can have it where a president will be safe? Go ahead, Joan.
Did you happen to see yesterday that the president and First Lady Melania, they walked the king and the queen out across the lawn yesterday and over to the beehive?
The beehive?
Yeah, there's a beehive now on the grounds of the White House.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's in the shape of the White House.
Are you kidding me? Really?
I'm pretty sure that's
that's
the shape.
Awesome.
Yeah, I looked at it from the side. I really couldn't tell, but it's a pretty ornate. I mean, you've seen the beehive boxes before. It's just a box, but they have this one decorated beautifully. Yes, and they have a beehive now on the lawn of the White House.
Hey, Sam, what attracts bees?
Honey.
So what I would have done is I would have put like honey on the shoes of King Charles.
Oh.
Because I don't like King Charles. I went through that earlier.
Yeah.
I don't like the fact that he is being given. All right, so for you people who are always saying that I never criticize Republicans and I never criticize Donald Trump, King Charles should not be given access to our lawmakers. Like the fact that he is going up there and he's going to address Congress, that really ticks me off because we stopped caring about them 250 years ago. So who the hell are they to come in here and as our Congress can't figure out how to balance the budget, can't figure out how to get the DHS funded and funding ICE and the Border Patrol and all of that. And the things that we need to get done in this country, there needs to be a lot of conversation had. And the last person we should be hearing anything about or from is King Charles. And as I said earlier, all right, maybe wanting King Charles attacked by bees is probably not the nicest thing to say. But what I would say would be that somebody needs to slip him like a 250th birthday shirt, as he is up there on the, on the what do they call the dais? Is that what they call it, Joan? The podium addressing Congress. I would love somebody to give him like a big old T-shirt that says "Happy 250th Birthday, America." I think that would be great. I don't know if he's got a sense of humor, but clearly I've lost mine wanting to King Charles to be attacked by bees. I didn't really mean that. Can I just be clear? I don't want. He's old. Whatever. This is Donald Trump talking about the ballroom.
This really perfect facility built at the highest security levels on the grounds where you're not taking, I'm talking about any president. By the way, other presidents will use the ballroom a lot more than me. I'm going to have 4 or 5 months left, but other presidents will be having the that tremendous asset is going to be so great. But outside of that, it's this really.
All right, so there you go, Donald Trump. By the way, John says I am very petty.
Well, that's okay.
74. That's okay. Listen, that's okay. I am a human being. I must be allowed, Joan, my petty moments.
Yes.
7442 says honeybees make honey, but they are attracted to pollen.
Ah.
I didn't know that.
So you need to smear pollen all over the king's shoes.
Which is, what the great thing is? Pollen, you can't see that as much. So we got to get some pollen and just pat the king on the back and smear a bunch of pollen. I'm kidding. I got to stop. It is 7:23. Joan's got the news at 7:30. Joan.
Yeah, coming up here, we'll tell you how Pete Hegseth and Kid Rock really angered some leftists yesterday. It's a story coming up here at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, thank you, Joan. And Dan Mandis here for Busy Bee, Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Now, right now, you need to be cleaning out your HVAC. They've got a great deal going on right now. Their spring Breathe Easy package. Now, your HVAC has been sitting and collecting dust and allergens. You want your family to breathe all of that junk? No, of course not. Busy Bee, they can help you clean out your HVAC. Their Breathe Easy package is full. It's a full system refresh to clear out all of those allergens, the dust and the pet dander as well, that has really been collecting over the last many months. It has been building up, and you need to clean it out with Busy Bee. Now, here's what you get. An AC tune-up to make sure that you're ready for the summer heat. They'll check out your ductwork as well and clean out all of those allergens. Busy Bee is going to go the extra mile as well and install a whole home germicidal system to help reduce those airborne contaminants as well. And they'll even throw in a bonus deodorizer treatment. Now, right now, you can get that whole package for just $11.99 for 1.5 to 3 ton systems. That is a savings of about $600 and $15.99 on those bigger 3.5 to 5 ton systems. That is going to save you around $500. Now, Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, they are always looking for ways to save you money. So you need to think about your air quality and call my friends at Busy Bee. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-775-7833. 615-775-7833. BusyBeeHVAC.com.
Good morning. It is now 7:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. The Lawrence County Emergency Management Agency reporting widespread damage, especially in the northern part of that county, to include Somerville. Bill Phillips with the County Emergency Management Team speaking with WSMV4 not long ago.
And we have crews from local fire departments and sheriff's department and other agencies that are out trying to clear debris, mainly get the roads up. Power system is out trying to restore power, and we will be doing a full assessment in the morning when we get some daylight.
Yeah, and that assessment is underway at the moment. Now, we'll keep an eye on today's storms that are expected to arrive right around supper time, but they should carry less of a punch. We'll stay on top of that. The war with Iran in a state of limbo now. The U.S. blockade continues in the Strait of Hormuz.
The administration making clear Iran's proposal to seek tolls from ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz in exchange for reopening the vital waterway is a non-starter. With officials telling ABC News Iran is also attempting to hold off on nuclear talks until a future date, which Secretary of State Marco Rubio said is the reason we went to war with Iran in the first place.
ABC News' Martha Raddatz there. It's been just a few weeks since a couple of military helicopter pilots came under brief scrutiny for flying their Army Apache helicopters near Kid Rock's Tennessee home, pausing there as Kid Rock saluted. Well, War Secretary Pete Hegseth took Kid Rock along for a trip to D.C. yesterday on one of those helicopters. Here's News 2's Nikel Smith.
The Pentagon says the visit was part of a community event marking America's 250th anniversary. Also included time with troops and filming promotional videos.
Now, the event led to more criticism. Democrat Congressman Jason Crow of Colorado complaining that the War Secretary is, quote, using taxpayer dollars to give Kid Rock joyrides. That is the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 731 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. USS United Structural Systems. Listen, we've had a lot of rain, and we're going to get more rain later on today as well. And if you go down into your basement or your crawl space and you see some moisture, you've got to call my friends at USS United Structural Systems. Now, they are your local experts for all things, yes, waterproofing, yes, foundation repair, and concrete leveling as well. Now, they've been doing this since 1994. They've got over 30,000 local homeowners that have trusted United Structural Systems. By the way, I'm one of them. And the thing that I like about USS, they live here, they work here, and they understand exactly how Tennessee's soil, weather, and homes behave. And at USS, they know how to read the signs, right? They say that every crack or leak tells a story, and USS knows what those signs mean. They pinpoint problems right at the source. So whether we're talking about foundation settlement, basement wall intrusion, crawl space moisture issues, and a whole lot more, no guesswork, just expert diagnosis from people who know Tennessee homes. And they're going to give you engineered solutions that are going to last. So find them online, USSTN.com. Book your free home inspection, USSTN.com. Don't forget they've got those transferable lifetime warranties as well. That phone number, tell them Dan told you to reach out, 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855. We are problem solvers. We are experienced. We are local. We are USS. Dan Mandis here, 733, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. When I tell you about my friends at Mark Spain Real Estate, skip the spring cleaning and sell your home hassle-free with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Dan Mandis here. You know, the spring real estate market is indeed in full swing. You can skip the hassle of listing your home on the market and sell your home on your terms with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. No showings, no open houses, just a strong all-cash offer and close in as few as 21 days. Now, one of their clients, Caitlin, said this: working with Mark Spain Real Estate was so easy, and they exceeded my expectations. It was a very competitive real estate market, and they helped us accomplish our goals, saying I would 100% work with Mark Spain Real Estate again. Now, that's Caitlin. Mark Spain Real Estate has been helping homeowners just like Caitlin sell their homes for 30 years. They've served over 72,000 satisfied clients. Now, you don't have to worry about the inconveniences of selling your home. The guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate makes the home selling process seamless and stress-free. Find out what the guaranteed offer on your home would be. There's no obligation. Call them. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Wow, so many problems this morning. You've got Bordeaux. There's a crash, and it's closed on Buena Vista Pike, both directions, between Curtis Street and West Trinity Lane. Hermitage Central Pike at Old Hickory Boulevard, watch for a crash. It's flooding in Capitol View that has I-40 westbound off-ramp to Church Street closed off. You've got an accident reported in Franklin on 65 northbound past Murfreesboro Road. And then in Brentwood on 65 northbound at Old Hickory Boulevard, there's a crash in the right lane. Goodlettsville, number of problems. 65 south, an accident before mile marker 100. Got an accident on Springfield Highway in Goodlettsville at Williamson Road East, and a crash in Goodlettsville on Vietnam Veterans Boulevard, westbound lanes under Conference Drive. A crash in Franklin on eastbound I-840. It's at the off-ramp to northbound I-65. That off-ramp is partially blocked off by it. Lots of trouble in Kingston Springs this morning. CC Road between Brush Creek Road and South Harpeth Road. That is been blocked off all morning long because some power lines came down during the storms. Craggy Hope Road between Kingston Springs Road and US 70 is blocked. Multiple trees down there. You've got also Sam's Creek Road in Kingston Springs blocked. A fallen tree north of Old Charlotte Pike. In Baxter, I-40 westbound at Old Baxter Road, there's debris in the roadway, blocked off in Pleasant View at Old Clarksville Pike and Bluebird Drive. A fallen tree in that spot, too, and multiple trees down in South Harpeth on South Harpeth Road between Poplar Creek Road and Lubin Hills Road. Careful out there this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.737 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, Joni, you there?
I am.
So, 7882, right? The guy that, we're going back and forth.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
About, ratcheting down the rhetoric, and he's telling me that I need to, I guess, ratchet down my rhetoric. Okay, whatever. So, how funny is this that he is telling me at 615-737-9986 to ratchet down the rhetoric, and I don't know what I'm doing. I'm literally responding to what the Democrats are doing. But he literally says, F you, you're a lying sack of crap.
Oh.
So how funny is it, though? Like, he's telling me that I need to ratchet it down at no time. The only thing I said to him was he's nuts. That's all I said to him. He broke out the F-bomb and the S-bomb. So, whatever.
How dare you?
That's exactly right.
Guess he's not ratcheting anything down now, is he?
That's okay.
Yeah.
That's it. You know why? Because it gave me 30 seconds of content, which is always a good thing. So if you want to send your hate mail, feel free. 615-737-9986. Not that I'm ever short on content, Jonathan Fahey, because the Democrats are nuts. And welcome back to the program, Jonathan. Of course, always great to have you on. A lot of places to go to. First of all, it looks like the White House would-be assassin is now being charged. I don't know. Do you think he's going to spend the rest of his life in jail?
I think there's a good chance of it. And I think, when you're looking at this case and the charges, this thing is really going to break down. I don't think it's going to break down on will they convict him or not. It's really going to be what sentence he gets, and I think the government, will be pushing for a life sentence. I think the thing that's important to keep in mind, the defense in this, my prediction, I don't even know if he has lawyers yet, will probably be reduced to some sort of insanity defense because it's probably hard to defend anything else. It won't be successful at trial, I don't believe, but it may serve to be sort of a mitigating factor for sentencing, which is probably what, my guess is once they get involved, that's the strategy they're gonna employ. But I think if you shoot a Secret Service agent in the chest, even if they had a vest on, you don't get out of prison. Just that alone should be you're done. And also, wanting to kill the president and also all the other people. I think it's so important this guy is locked up for life. And also there's the deterrent value. People need to know this is not tolerable conduct, and in spite of what a lot of these Democrats are saying, and not that they're necessarily condoning this, but sort of this over-the-top, anything-goes rhetoric, and the message needs to be sent that this stuff needs to stop. There's one thing to, debate. There's another thing to, take it to this level. So all of those reasons, I think it will break down to a sentencing. They will not have trouble convicting him unless you get something weird on a jury, but it will be, is this a life sentence, or will this guy argue mitigation? So I think a lot of what the government's going to be doing now is talk to family and friends to sort of vet out the fact that he's not crazy. So when the defense tries to come in and say he didn't know what he was doing, he's crazy, the government will say, well, I interviewed his neighbor, I interviewed his friend, I interviewed this, that, and it will be able to show this guy was sane, he planned this, and he wanted maximum harm to happen for political reasons.
Jonathan Fahey, of course, I should have introduced you properly, former acting director of ICE, highfalutin attorney as well. You're seen on Fox News all the time. Appreciate you slumming it here on Nashville's Morning News. Jonathan, let me ask you, talking about the insanity defense or whatever it is, I mean, this is a guy who is very accomplished. I mean, he had a lot of degrees, computer programming, not that I respect degrees all that much, but this guy, he had degrees, he had been receiving promotions at work, and people thought a lot of him at his job and so forth. And so it does make it seem like this guy it was like he snapped. And so personally, I do believe that the nasty rhetoric of people on the left, they do inspire people to do these crazy kinds of things. But when you look at an insanity defense, how does that actually work? Is there a way that he could say that he became temporarily insane because he saw that Donald Trump either did something or, said something that triggered him? Is that a possible defense for this guy?
Yeah, like the way you would frame it, basically the insanity law is basically the defendant has to prove, I think it's by clear and convincing evidence, that he did not basically appreciate the wrongfulness of his conduct, meaning he didn't know that trying to kill the president was wrong or trying to shoot a Secret Service agent is wrong. So it's really, really hard. You're looking at people that are like on sort of next level crazy type of things, and it's really hard to get that type of defense. But the reason I think they'll still pursue it is, one, they don't have anywhere else to go. Like, they're not going to say, oh, it wasn't me, I was in Florida during this. Okay, they caught him during the act. So there's not a whole lot of defense to the conduct. But I think the reason they do it is they're looking down the road at a sentencing, and this is all speculation, but the reason I think they will do it is they're looking to sort of soften up a judge for a later sentencing. And you're going to get a liberal judge in D.C. most likely. So they're going to just try to make him seem pathetic, engender some sympathy, and maybe with the jury, it could potentially work, but most likely not. But a judge will maybe look at this in a more sympathetic light if all of that comes out as part of the trial, as opposed to just things at the trial showing the premeditation, the planning, and the awful conduct. So that's, but ultimately it's extremely hard. And remember John Hinckley, from 1981, he was found not guilty by reason of insanity for shooting President Reagan, but I think he really was on it. And there's a lot of controversy about that, but he was sort of next level insane. And I think it's interesting you brought up the accomplishments of this person, because it's interesting, like, what are the most hateful places in American society? I would argue, is academia.
Yep.
I mean, there's so much hatred of Donald Trump and conservatives, and there's nothing more intolerant than higher education right now. If you're a conservative at a college, keep your head down because they're gunning for you in a figurative sense.
You know, one of my concerns is, and I don't mean to belabor the point, but so just briefly, but you talked about this is going to be heard in Washington, D.C. You and I have talked about not only, of course, the very liberal judges, but also, I mean, you're talking about a bunch of, a jury pool that is very left-leaning. And a lot of these people may have actually lost their jobs because of the cut down on federal employees. So I don't believe that this guy would get off. But, I mean, is there a worry that, you're going to have a bunch of people sympathetic to this dude's cause?
I think that's an interesting point because I think, 90+% voted against Donald Trump at the presidential election. And they are not just against Donald Trump, but as a city, people just hate him, right? And those various reasons. So there is, I wouldn't think an entire jury, because you have to have a unanimous jury, but that wouldn't be totally outside the realm of possibility that one juror might hang the jury, the vote not guilty versus guilty, and that, that could cause a mistrial, which would, lead to another trial. But I do think that's something that, it's certainly probably the least favorable jury pool that Donald Trump could get. It's probably, equivalent to, Northern California or Manhattan or somewhere like that. It's everyone not only voted against him, but they also hate him at the same time, there'll be people that were, in part of, I don't know that they wanted Donald Trump killed, but they certainly don't like him.
All right, 7:45. There is, and I didn't really see this until this morning, but apparently there is a move afoot to change the name of ICE. We're going to talk about that straight ahead. Time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather goes, a couple of morning showers, thunderstorms, rain later on today as well, stormy later on today as well, cloudy, breezy, humid, possible downpours, a high of 82. Jonathan Fahey is joining us on Super Talk 99.7. And Jonathan, I thought this was interesting. So an influencer apparently wants to change the name of ICE to the National Immigration and Customs Enforcement. So the influencer says the media has to say nice agents all day, every day. Kind of an epic troll. But Donald Trump is actually out there saying, hey, this is a great idea. Do it. What do you think?
I think it's great. Not only the fact that Donald Trump is out there, promoting this, because it's so entertaining for him and all of us to just watch the Democrats and the liberals just go apoplectic about everything. So it's just very funny, just that part of it. And he knows it's so easy to, they're so thin-skinned, it's easy to, to make them freak out. But it is kind of funny if you think about the nice agents, telling the kids to stay away from the nice agents, and they're in the nice truck going down the street and giving out the deportation orders. But I think it's funny that, but on a serious note, I think, ICE has gotten such a bad rap, and not that this will change it, but it's like, these agents put their lives on the line and have become just political, footballs for the Democrats when they've done nothing as a whole other than trying to enforce laws passed by Congress. And so I like it. I like the idea. I think it's funny. Will they change it? I don't know. He changed the Department of War pretty quickly. So, but having the Democrats stand up to nice would be, would be kind of amusing to see that. But ultimately, nice, ICE, anything else, hopefully they'll just keep doing their job and deporting the bad guys.
Well, yeah, and I don't know, maybe how about getting some funding as well? That's a part of the conversation this morning as well. We still have DHS, and they're still battling back and forth over that funding. One of the things that I want to talk about, just real quick, so we're running out of, is there anything new on the funding front, Jonathan? I mean, I want to talk about Florida redistricting real quick, but there's nothing new on the funding front, is there?
No, other than, Republicans are trying to pass it through reconciliation.
Yeah. It's okay. They're a little short on time today, Jonathan, because they've got to listen to King Charles.
Yeah, exactly.
Stupid. All right, real quick. The redistricting in Florida, we have the Governor for the state of Florida, Ron DeSantis, of course, he's out there saying, listen, we would be doing this regardless, mid-decade, we would be doing this regardless of, the political ramifications of this, because in Florida, their population of the state keeps shifting, as opposed to Virginia, which this was clearly a power grab.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And it's kind of funny because if you follow the Virginia case, it went to the Virginia Supreme Court yesterday, and the justices had a lot of questions about the process that the Democrats used to push this through. Essentially, they violated the Constitution and all these procedural safeguards with the process of putting the amendment in front of the voters. So the irony might be it goes down in Virginia, and then Florida adds four more R seats at the end of it, would be kind of the ultimate irony after the Democrats thought they were, just took this redistricting to a level that's unheard of. Virginia, as it's roughly, it's a Democratic state, but it's pretty close. And they're going to, with the new redistricting, it'll be, 10 Democrats and 1 Republican in Congress, which really, it's just part of the state, down towards Tennessee that, the Democrats hate rural Virginia. They hate rural Americans, frankly. And it's just another effort to not only get more power, but also marginalize people they hate anyway.
Do you think, Jonathan, do you believe that the Democrats are going to find a way to make this permanent? Realize they sold it as temporary, and there's supposed to be another redistricting in 2030. My concern is that once they get that power, then they're going to figure out a way to make that permanent, the 10-1 mapping now.
Yeah, you're exactly right. There is nothing, the definition of temporary in the government is permanent. There's nothing that's ever temporary. It's just usually used as a ruse to pass something and get some people to go along with it, but you never see things going back. I mean, you never take away, and the Democrats are better at government, in terms of not actual policy, but in basically managing the machinery of government. Yeah, so nothing is ever temporary. Everything is permanent. The intention is permanent, but they have to lie about it because it was a way to squeak this thing through. But once it gets through, they'll be, well, we didn't realize how bad the Republicans would be, so we're going to have to keep it. We know the game, right?
Oh, we do.
So yes, it will remain if it doesn't get shot down in the courts, which I think has a decent shot of getting shot down in the courts, and then the Democrats will be left holding the bag after spending like $80 million on this thing.
All right, we'll have to see what happens. And Jonathan Fahey, always great to have you on the radio program. How can people find you on X?
John for Fairfax.
All right, very good. And we'll talk to you again soon. 7:52. Joan's got the news at 8. Joan.
Hey, there's a raid happening in Minnesota at this hour. I've got details on what is going on there.
Oh, come on now. You can't do that, Joan.
No way.
You
Nope.
can't do that, Joan.
You have got to listen at 8 o'clock to
Who's
find out
getting
what
raided?
is going on.
Oh, man.
Mhm.
All right, I'll be listening at 8.
Okay.
I've got a lot more interest in hearing your 8 o'clock newscast than King Charles giving his speech today at Congress.
Good. Be there at 8. Be there, be square.
Do you know what they ought to do?
What?
So you know how in radio we have like infomercials?
Yeah.
So they ought to charge King Charles whatever amount of money we are paying our senators and our representatives to sit there for 20 minutes. Yeah, the government there ought to go ahead and pay us like an infomercial.
Yeah.
Because, I maintain that 20 minutes of listening to what he's going to say is 20 minutes that they're not figuring out how to fund, Department of Homeland Security, balance the budget, cut spending, and do all the other stuff that they need to be doing, which ain't a whole heck of a lot these days. That's what I'm saying. Anyway, whatever. 7:53. Thank you, John.
Yeah.
I got to stop.
No, we like it when you're like this.
No, I'm a little persnickety this morning. I am, and I will fully admit it. I'm a little persnickety this morning. Wait till the crisscross handoff.
It's the lack of sleep.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. Why? What do you have for Chris?
Well, I did call Mother Nature the B word early this morning when I was woken up by the sound of thunder, like Bob Seger was many years ago. All right, got to go. 7:54 on Super Talk 99.7. Dan Mandis here for my friends at the Covered Patio. Warmer weather means you want to spend more time outside. So if you would like to add more living space to your home, think about building or upgrading your patio. Now, at the covered patio, listen to this. They've got motorized screens so that you can easily keep the patio open when you want some sun and closed when you want some shade. So your back screened-in porch becomes a lot more enjoyable. Now, at the covered patio, they've got a ton of outdoor living options with motorized screens, patio covers, custom wooden decks, and outdoor structures as well. They've got a ton of options with styles for every budget. Now, the covered patio, they are dedicated to fair prices and customized solutions for your specific home and your specific space. So, come on, enjoy your home a lot more with an incredible patio upgrade from the covered patio. Reach out to the covered patio. Tell him Dan told you to reach out. 615-695-2407. 615-695-2407. Online, thecoveredpatio.com, thecoveredpatio.com. $7:58, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You know, it's good to know. I'm not going to get into what people are saying on the Super Text line about King Charles, but I'm not the only one with, let's see, what would it, DS, King Charles Derangement Syndrome. That's what I've got.
Shanga Kawawa.
Is that what I sound like, trying to figure out how to say King Charles Derangement Syndrome? Moving right along. Hey, got something nice on the Super Text line for a change.
Oh.
You want to hear it?
Yeah.
6789. Don't take this the wrong way, but you three, Sam, Joan, and myself, are miracle workers. You get so much done with so little. Your show is so entertaining. What she means is, or he, she, I don't know. What I mean is that you three individual dynamos and you explode into one terrifically entertaining show.
Wow, that's nice.
Well, basically what we were doing at the time, there's like one sound bite, which I think we're going to do again coming up. But one little sound bite and we can make a whole mountain out of a little molehill. That's what we do here on Nashville's Morning News. Yeah, don't use that for a promo cut. Anyway, it is 8 o'clock, Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It is 8 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And we have breaking news out of Minnesota this morning. NBC News is reporting that there are raids being conducted right now by federal law enforcement agencies connected to the Somali fraud investigation. Now, these raids are not related, they say, to immigration enforcement. The agencies are armed with 22 federal search warrants. And among the Somali-linked businesses that are being raided, the infamous Quality Leering Center. We've got more on this as we learn more. This is just breaking this morning, and we'll keep on top of that. Now, closer to home, there is a cleanup effort underway for parts of the listening area after last night's storms. Officials in Lawrence County reporting the northern part of that county was particularly hard hit, with trees and power lines down in several areas. Stefano DiPietro telling us there is another round of storms headed our way this evening.
Tornado threat is much lower. Is it necessarily zero? No, but I think we have a little bit more of an increased risk for some large hail, and we're still mostly focused on high wind gusts and heavier rainfall.
And we'll keep an eye on this next round, which should arrive around dinner time tonight. The Trump administration is paying two energy companies to abandon their offshore wind projects and instead invest in fossil fuels. The two companies are Global Infrastructure Partners and Golden State Wind. They could get up to $120 million in reimbursements, depending on how much they invest in oil and gas, infrastructure, and natural gas projects. In a statement, Interior Secretary Doug Burgum said these companies were sold a bill of goods that only works if there's a huge investment from taxpayers, and that is not happening anymore. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Another breaking story this morning. The United Arab Emirates just announcing that it is withdrawing from OPEC, the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, on May 1st. That's on Friday. Now, CNN calls it a major blow to the world's biggest oil exporting group and its leading member, Saudi Arabia. The UAE has long pushed for higher production quotas. It had wanted to expand capacity well beyond the levels that were assigned to it by OPEC. So again, the UAE is quitting OPEC. Right now, stocks have started mixed. The Dow Jones Industrials they haven't started at all. It's still in the pre-markets, ladies and gentlemen. Dow futures are up 101. The NASDAQ futures are down 307 right now. The S&P futures are minus 41 points. That is the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Man, this is really interesting, Joan.
Yeah.
You may have reported this, but 20-plus locations in Minneapolis, including the Quality Leering Center. I want to know if they're going to go after the Attorney General's office or maybe the governor's mansion.
Well, depending on if they've got a warrant. So they have federal signed warrants, and this is what everybody says. Oh, got to get a judge to give a... Well, they've got it. And they're busting into some places this morning looking for stuff.
All right, very good. Thank you, Joan. It is 8:03, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan, a lot of people are without power this morning thanks to the big storms last night. And I want to tell you about my friends at the Generator Super Center. Days like today, people are talking about backup home standby generators. And there's a lot of ways that we can lose power. Of course, last night we had a lot of wind, a lot of rain, and possibly some tornadoes. But, there's one surefire way to get that power back on, and that is with a backup generator from my friends at the Generator Supercenter. Now, the Generator Supercenter is the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. They feature turnkey installation, certified electricians and plumbers, maintenance and service after the install, and a whole lot more. The Generator Supercenter. Now, let me tell you basically how it works. The power goes out in your neighborhood. The power in your home is going to turn right back on thanks to your backup generator. So if you're one of the many families talking about a backup generator this morning because you have no power, talk to the pros at the Generator Supercenter. Another reason to love the Generator Supercenter, by the way, their generators are made right here in the USA. They'll never leave you in the dark, and financing is available. They are waiting for your call, 615-879-1952, 615-879-1952. Real quick, generatorsupercenter.com. That's generatorsupercenter.com. Joan, EJ Antoni is going to be joining us here in a couple of minutes to talk about the impact of the UAE leaving OPEC.
Yes.
So, because he is a big-time economist and, expert on oil and that kind of a thing. So he's going to join us to talk about the political impact and also the impact on the prices regarding oil and gas as the UAE preparing to leave OPEC. This may have been expected. Kind of surprises me. So we'll talk to EJ coming up next on WTN.
Okay, let's start you off here in Bordeaux. Buena Vista Pike, both directions, north and southbound, still closed off because there's a crash. It's between Curtis Street and West Trinity Lane. In Goodlettsville, there's a crash on Springfield Highway southbound at Williamson Road East, and another one on the right shoulder at Vietnam Veterans Boulevard, the westbound lanes under Conference Drive. Ashland City, it's an overturned vehicle, Bear Wallow Road, east of Peter Pond Road, and a bunch of spots this morning with that are closed down because of power lines down and trees down. So we'll start in Kingston Springs. You've got CC Road between Brush Creek Road and South Harpeth Road. That's blocked because of power lines. In Kingston Springs still, Craggy Hope Road between Kingston Springs Road and US 70 closed off, multiple trees down there. Trees are down at Sam's Creek Road north of Old Charlotte Pike in Kingston Springs as well. In Baxter, I-40 West past Old Baxter Road exit 276, debris in the roadway. It's blocked in Pleasant View at Old Clarksville Pike and Bluebird Drive, a fallen tree, and then several fallen trees in South Harpeth on South Harpeth Road between Poplar Creek Road and Lubin Hills Road. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
8:09, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Some breaking news. The United Arab Emirates has walked out of OPEC. And this is the headline from Money Control, why the shock exit is a major strategic win for Donald Trump amid the Iranian war. So we'll get to EJ and Tony. EJ, really appreciate you joining us here. Literally at the last minute, I just heard about this story, and you're kind enough to come on and help us understand exactly what is going on. As the United Arab Emirates deciding to walk out of OPEC, some people are saying this is a big win for Donald Trump. We'll get into that, but is this a surprise to you?
Yeah, certainly was. We were not really anticipating any kind of shakeup within OPEC, so absolutely was a surprise. I mean, they've been there almost 6 decades. That's a pretty long time, and they've had a tremendous amount of control over global oil markets, obviously. That's why everyone pays so much attention to when OPEC decides to increase or decrease production. So this is definitely a huge shakeup within global energy markets.
Okay, so, and just, I don't know anything about this, so I'm going to ask dumb questions. So the reason why the UAE walked out of OPEC, what do we know?
Not very much, actually, Dan. It definitely seems like the organization's control, though, has waned over the last couple of decades. That's in large part due to the shale revolution here in the United States, meaning we've been able to get access to so much more energy through technologies like hydraulic fracturing and horizontal drilling, and we've essentially become the marginal producer, not OPEC anymore. All that to say, they just don't have the same kind of control that they used to, and that means that the benefit you receive from being part of an organization like that is also greatly diminished because, again, you're essentially becoming more of a price taker as opposed to a price maker in those global energy markets.
All right, so one of the questions that people will ask is, ultimately, will this impact gasoline prices and oil prices that we pay right here in Middle Tennessee? What will happen to what we're paying at the pump?
Oh, down the road, it'll certainly have a big impact. The reason for that, Dan, is the fact that as you get more and more nations out of OPEC, even if it's just one, it'll have an impact. But if this actually snowballs and really grows, then all of these different nations will start competing with each other instead of having a cartel arrangement. And with more competition means more production and lower prices. So if the whole thing really were to absolutely fall apart over the next couple of years, it would just turn into a full-blown pumpathon in terms of oil. That means much lower prices because you're going to have much more production. And obviously lower oil prices mean lower gasoline prices. Now, these things are all down the road. For the time being, there's still a war going on in the Middle East, and that means you have limited production and therefore higher prices. So don't expect gas prices at the pump to come down anytime soon. We're talking about long-term effects here.
Let me ask, because there's people that are responding on the super text line that we have here in the station. So can you sort of just give a very easy to understand explanation as to what OPEC actually is and what they do?
Sure. So OPEC is essentially a cartel where all of these different nations get together and decide how much oil they're going to produce. And the reason they do that is because they want to artificially reduce the amount of supply, the amount of oil being pumped around the world. And what that does with the reduction in supply is it puts upward pressure on prices. And that's how they all make more money. Now, of course, with cartels, there's a huge incentive to cheat. In other words, with this reduction in production, I want to actually on the side produce more because then I can cash in, right? I can sell more oil at higher prices. And so these cartels tend to fall apart over time. OPEC has been one of the few that has lasted for several decades now. But that tends to be the way that cartels go. Without some kind of enforcement mechanism, they tend not to last very long.
Okay, so I'm looking at the members of OPEC. You've got Venezuela, who apparently is a South American member, and Do you see Venezuela, since, they're obviously going through a lot of changes in Venezuela, Maduro's been arrested. Do you see Venezuela pulling out as well? And would that be, number one, would that be a big blow to OPEC? That's number one. And number two, who is that up to at this point?
Good question. I mean, we have a government in Venezuela at this point that is pretty pliable in terms of whatever the United States wants. We didn't really do regime change in the sense that the vice president basically just became president. But at the same time, I think the vice president down there knows we kind of have a gun to their head and that they'll do whatever we say, essentially, or there will be regime change. So when you look at the other members, like Venezuela, for example, or like Algeria, Congo, some of the nations that are not in the Middle East, I think you are going to see probably more pressure, again, to do what the United States wants. Now, I will say in terms of Venezuela, because their infrastructure is so degraded at this point from so many years of lack of investment, they're not going to be able to ramp up and down production the way a country like the UAE will. So I would not expect as much of an impact from Venezuela leaving OPEC, but it would still be at least some impact.
E.J. Antoni is the lead economist for the Heritage Foundation, and he talks us through some very complicated financial things that we have to deal with. The other question that I would ask is, okay, so how big of a blow when we talk about the United Arab Emirates from OPEC's vantage point? How much of a blow is this to OPEC as far as numbers go? Is there a certain percentage of oil production that they're now going to be out of, missing?
Oh, great question. So I wouldn't look at it necessarily in terms of, OPEC is now missing production, let's say. Let's actually give you some numbers here. So they're I think they're the fourth biggest producer within OPEC, and they're somewhere just over 4 million barrels per day, and they're trying to get up to 5 million within the next year or two. So you're looking at quite a bit here. Now, they're still about less than half of what Saudi Arabia pumps, again, just to try to put things in perspective here. Also, they're less than half. If we look at OPEC Plus, they're less than half of what Russia produces. But again, they're a pretty sizable amount. They're the fourth largest within OPEC. So we are talking about a lot here. And again, don't think of it necessarily so much in terms of, well, now OPEC is losing this production. Maybe more so think of it in terms of OPEC controls this much less of global production. Because again, when we hear loss of production, we tend to think that's oil that's not being pumped. This is oil that's still going to be pumped. And in fact, once they leave OPEC and they're no longer subject to those controls, they'll probably start increasing production, not decreasing it.
All right, I'm going to ask you, E.J. Antoni, hold on one sec. We've had some storms and a lot of road closures. I got to check traffic real quick. Coming up next, I'm going to talk about and ask you about Donald Trump's relationship with OPEC. And people are saying this is a big victory for Donald Trump. I'm going to get your perspective on that straight ahead. 8:17, time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather goes for today, we do have some rain expected later on, a couple of morning showers possible as well, thunderstorm, otherwise cloudy, breezy, and humid. Any downpour can bring localized damaging wind gusts as well, and again, a high of 82. So EJ, talk about Donald Trump's relationship with OPEC. I honestly, I don't know if this is one of those organizations that he fights with or not. I know that presidents have been frustrated with OPEC over the years. And so talk about why this is a big victory for Donald Trump.
Well, again, I think it's important to remember where we are today versus where we were with a lot of those past presidents. The reason so many former presidents were so frustrated with OPEC is that OPEC could essentially ramp up and down production, and they did that in order to maximize their profits. And by maximizing their profits, they were increasing the pain here in the United States in terms of how much we had to spend on energy. And because energy affects the price of everything we do and everything we buy, they being OPEC could put up or downward pressure on prices throughout the whole economy. And so again, in a lot of ways, former presidents had to be beholden to cartels like OPEC. Now, however, given the fact that we are producing so much energy, it really, really diminishes their power, and it reduces the incentive for individual nations like the UAE to actually remain part of OPEC. So I think it's definitely a victory because it represents a global power shift away from this cartel and to the United States. And also, even to a certain extent, Dan, I think it represents a shift of power to some of the nations within OPEC and OPEC Plus. In other words, it's going to be the nations that produce the most, like the United States, like Saudi Arabia, like Russia, that have the most power here, that have the most control over prices. And obviously, if you're a nation like the United States, it's not just a matter of you want higher prices because you produce so much. You want lower prices because you consume so much.
Last question here, EJ. Somebody from the super text line asking this. Can you ask your guest why diesel prices are so much higher than fuel prices or regular gas, because it costs less, he says, to make diesel? And this particular person has asked this question many times. So that's my question to you.
Great question, Dan. Now, for those of us who are old enough to remember back a couple of decades, yes, diesel was always cheaper than the lowest grade of gasoline because traditionally diesel was a lot cheaper to refine. It comes off, it's a heavier portion of crude, and so it came off the cracking tower faster than gasoline did, so it was cheaper to produce and it was cheaper at the pump. However, what happened during I believe it was the Obama administration, they put so many new environmental regulations onto diesel and they made it so much more expensive to refine and produce that it went from being cheaper than the lowest grade of gasoline to more expensive than the premium grade of gasoline. That's why today it's ultra low sulfur versus the previous standard version of diesel. It all has to do with the environmental regulations that they put on it. And now if you're in a place like California, heaven forbid, my goodness, the regulations there are even tighter, and that's why they have the highest prices in the nation. So it all comes down to regulation.
Yeah, it is insanity. And with that, EJ, I mean, I know you and I have talked about a number of different things over the past couple of months, including why Iran is in such a dire strait right now because they've got all of this oil that they simply are unable to unload. And I think that is going to impact their oil infrastructure, if I'm not mistaken. How big of a deal is that going to be for Iran?
A pretty big deal. So we have to remember with some of these wells, this is one of the things Venezuela is struggling with now. With a lot of these wells, they have different pressure levels, and if you have a low pressure well and you shut that down, it means that you can do permanent damage, and it will now be very, very difficult in the future to try to restart that well and to actually extract the oil from it. Versus the higher pressure wells where they can be turned on and off much more easily, and they can be restarted much more easily without having to apply a lot more pressure in order to get that crude flowing again. Because of the relatively low pressure of these Iranian wells, it'll be very difficult for them to shut them down and then get them restarted in the future. That's why a lot of folks are watching very closely to try to see how much excess storage capacity does Iran have, because that might be a tell in terms of how long they can try to outlast the United States. So to a certain extent, Dan, you can look at this as a race between when are our stockpiles going to dry up and when is Iran's stockpiles going to fill up. So
I promise, last question, when will our stockpiles start drying up?
Well, good question. That unfortunately is a little difficult to tell because oil is such a global market, and we're not just talking about U.S. stocks here. Now, if we are just looking at U.S. stocks, it's a matter of weeks. But again, if you're incorporating all kinds of global stocks, you might have a little bit longer because you have certain countries like Japan, for instance, that have enormous stockpiles. The reason for that is because they are dependent, about 95% of their oil comes from the Middle East. They're dependent on that region. And so they have built into their infrastructure much bigger private stocks than we have here in the United States.
And with that, I appreciate, EJ, you joining us here at the last moment on WTN, and looking forward to talking to you again soon. 8:24. Boy, am I running late. Joan's got the news coming up at 8:30. Joan.
Yeah, still to come here, what Stefano has to say about the new round of storms heading to us this evening. Also, a report from Minneapolis where raids are being conducted this morning. It's coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. At 8:24, Dan Mandis here for my friends at Contours. Listen, summer is months away, but the work to get that beach bod back, it, of course, begins right now if it hasn't started already. My friends at Contours, they can help you get that beach bod back with FDA-cleared red light technology. Now, Contours is going to help you target those areas that you hate, get you bathing suit ready. So whether it's your belly, your arms, or your legs, whatever problem area you have, Contours is going to help you solve that problem. No pain, no surgery, no downtime, just results. And no, again, it doesn't hurt. You're just going to see results. Now, real men and women from Franklin and across Middle Tennessee have been checking out Contours and seeing real results. And listen, your beach trip, it's not that far away, and neither is Contours. Let Contours help you get rid of those trouble spots. And right now, the first 10 callers get a special introductory price of only $99. You've got to call this phone number, though, right now. It's 615-236-9960, 615-236-9960 for Contours. One of the first 10 callers, you're going to get that special introductory price for just $99. And by the way, remember, you lose 2 inches across the middle, or it is free. Find them online. ContoursLLC.com. That's ContoursLLC.com. Contours, where all you've got to lose is inches.
Good morning. It is 8:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. A rough and bumpy night is over, and now a pretty beautiful morning in the Nashville area. Plenty of road closures, though, while crews clear out fallen trees and power lines. They'll probably be on standby once again tonight, though. Stefano says another round of storms is on its way.
It's mostly going to be a main line of storms this evening and heading into early tonight. So around dinner time again, 6, 7 o'clock, if not just after that. Storms will weaken as they continue to march east into the Cumberland Plateau, unless we have that good sunshine, because then we could see additional storms continue into early in the night.
Yeah, keep it here, and we will keep you updated. DOJ and federal agents are spread out across Minneapolis this morning. They are raiding Somali-linked businesses. Here's Brooke Taylor at Fox News.
Yeah, we have had a photographer there at the daycare since this morning, capturing video of those federal agents just going in and out of the building, collecting evidence as part of the DOJ's fraud investigation in Minnesota. Sources tell Fox that federal agents are raiding about 22 businesses across Minneapolis this morning, and sources say many of them are tied to Somali-owned operations.
Minnesota Governor Tim Walz delivers his State of the State address tonight. And Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins making an announcement on Fox Business this morning.
As of just a couple of days ago, we now have moved 4.3 million Americans off of the food stamp program. A lot of that is fraud. A lot of it is people taking the program that shouldn't have been.
She says this is just from red states because blue states are blocking the effort in court to clean up the food stamp rolls. And we have just heard from President Trump this morning. This is breaking news. He says, quote, Iran has just informed us that they are in a state of collapse and they want us to open the Strait of Hormuz as soon as possible as they try to figure out their leadership situation. We'll have more on that.
Who said that?
President Trump just now on his True Social account.
So, Chris, in case you didn't hear that, Iran, I think you said their economy or just their country is in a state of collapse?
They're in a state of collapse.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll dig more into that, I would imagine.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Yeah. There we go. I like it. All right. So
no tears from the great Satan.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We are, aren't we?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Market numbers report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Right now, the Dow trading 130 points higher, but the NASDAQ is down 265. S&P 500 index is down 37 points. Let's take a peek at oil while we're here this morning. Oil is trading up right now at $99.75 a barrel. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 8:34, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Med is here for the Wellness Institute of Nashville. They helped me. They can help you. If you've got back or neck pain, sciatica, slipped or bulging spinal discs, herniated discs, spinal stenosis, numbness or weakness in the arms and legs, fingers or toes, they can help you. And right now, for a lot less. Now, you know that they are experts in non-surgical spinal decompression. They are offering that to you 47% off their typical price. So 47% off non-surgical spinal decompression. That is going on right now at the Wellness Institute of Nashville. 47% off. That is huge. Call them. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-246-5009. 615-246-5009. Now, again, they are experts in non-surgical spinal decompression, but a lot of other things there as well to help you feel better. Fast, robotic lasers, anti-gravity machines, cryo machines, stem cell stimulation machines, all right there at the Wellness Institute of Nashville. And my buddy, Dr. Kevin Mitchell. It is a pain-free life that is waiting for you. Call them 615-246-5009, 615-246-5009, painisbad.com.
Okay, so you still have a crash in Butte and Vista Pike in Bordeaux. Both directions, north and southbound, still closed off Curtis Street to West Trinity Lane. Pretty serious crash there. The problems this morning with some power lines down in Kingston Springs, CC Road between Brush Creek Road and South Harpeth Road. Also in Kingston Springs, it is blocked off on Craggy Hope Road because there are multiple trees down between Kingston Springs Road and US 70. And also in Kingston Springs, Sam Creek Road, north of Old Charlotte Pike, that is blocked due to a downed tree. We have some debris in the roadway this morning in Baxter. It's on 40 westbound past Old Baxter Road. And in Pleasant View, a fallen tree, Old Clarksville Pike near Bluebird Drive, South Harpeth, blocked off on South Harpeth Road between Poplar Creek and Lubin Hills Road. That, of course, is because of multiple trees down as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
This is giving me, I don't know what this is, but you can just go ahead and take this out there, Mason. Do you know what I think happens?
Dan.
Do you know what I think happens?
Don't front. This is on your iPod.
I promise you
this
it's
is what
not.
Dan listens to when he's mowing the lawn.
No.
He's on the rider, and he's got glow sticks, and the neighbors are wondering why he's doing it in the dark again.
Wow.
Rave at the Mandis household.
That's what happens when he gets a few dangrias in him. He starts mowing the lawn at night with glow sticks.
Do you know what I think just happened? Is Sam left you some godforsaken piece of music to play?
Oh, yes, he did.
All right, so there you
It
go.
was a setup.
That's exactly what it was. Do you know I'm disappointed in you, Joan?
Why is that?
Because
Let's go.
Why now?
Let's go. We're airing the grievances.
you completely missed my joke earlier where I referenced Bob Seger.
Oh.
Where I said, something to the effect of, I woke up last night to the sound of thunder just like Bob Seger, and nobody caught my joke.
Was there crickets?
Yes.
Tumbleweeds?
I just figured you were talking to Chris like you were yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh.
See, now it all comes out.
Oh, he's so
Here it
salty. He's
is.
so salty.
Man, oh man.
Now it all comes out.
Yeah.
Anyway, whatever. So, yeah, I thought, Johnny B never would have missed that joke.
Oh, whoa.
Because you would have told him first.
Shots fired.
Johnny, laugh at this.
Johnny, I'm gonna say something. Your job is to laugh.
Yeah.
I'm totally kidding. Whatever. Anyway, so
That was your Bob Seger joke.
that was my Bob Seger joke. Nobody caught it on the super text line either.
You know, I have a Bob Seger story.
Do you now?
Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
About 13 years ago, we were living in Detroit, me and Virginia. She was pregnant with Kennedy at the time, and she was going through a cookie phase where she needed cookies at the ready at all times. And we were going to a Pistons game, so she brought a batch with her. And at the time, the Pistons were terrible.
Mm-hmm.
They were at the Palace of Auburn Hills, so you could get in for like $4. And then you could go sit anywhere in the building. So we would do that all the time because we loved basketball.
Homeless people could come in and get warm.
Honestly, it was the cheapest warming center in all of Detroit.
Yeah.
And we went in and we went and sat anywhere. We accidentally sat in Bob Seger's seats. So
you
Bob
sat in Bob Seger's seats.
Yes. So it was Bob and Punch, and they come in, but the entire section is empty. Like we're the only ones in the whole section. And of course, we sit right in Bob's seats. So Virginia was working for Capitol Records, and Bob was on Capitol Records at the time. So they start talking, and he sits down next to us, and we start watching the Pistons game, and Virginia breaks out the cookies. And Bob looked over, and she's like, would you like one? And he's like, yes, I would. And then we basically had a bag of 14 cookies, and Bob ate about 13 of them.
Wow.
Well, you
Okay.
were sitting in a seat.
It was worth it.
Now, did he make your very pregnant wife get up out of his seats?
No, he sat down next to us.
Did
He's like,
he
you guys are good. And he just chilled.
So did he say, "Hey, you're in my seats"?
He was awesome. I had no idea
Really?
who he was.
No.
None.
Do you know what? In all honesty, like I don't know if I would recognize him.
He was fantastic. And then
Wait, how did you know that he was then? Oh, because Virginia
my wife
obviously
told me.
knew.
My wife
okay.
told me. I was like, who is this guy? She's like, that's Bob Seger. I was like, oh.
Hey, by the way, I've got to ask this question, Chris, and it's really for Virginia. Based on what we've seen in all of that redistricting and how Virginia is trying to screw the country, will your wife be changing her name?
No, but she has put out a public apology.
Has she put out a public apology?
Yes.
Maybe she needs to go by whatever her middle name is.
Yep.
Maybe that's what she
Yep.
needs to do.
We'll call her Elizabeth moving forward.
Hey, question.
What a traditional name.
It is. It's very traditional.
Yes.
Call her Ginny Beth in the streets.
Ginny Beth.
What does that mean?
Dan won't remember it.
I don't get
Virginia,
it.
Elizabeth. So you shorten both of them. Ginny Beth.
Virginia is Ginny.
Oh.
Elizabeth is Beth. Forget it, Dan. Just forget it.
6'7".
Quick.
I also
quick,
don't
put back
understand
on-
that.
Put back on the rave music.
Hey, you want to hear something real quick? So we did do this in the 5 o'clock hour, but most people are not listening at 5, 8, whatever. So this is Andy Ogles, and he is at Belmont University. Now, I thought the Belmont University was a Christian university, but apparently, I don't know. It seems a little woke these days. So Andy Ogles, congressman, left this studio and went over to Belmont University and was speaking to some students. And you have now the Tennessee holler that is hollering that Andy Ogles lied to these students. Big controversy. So the controversy...
The Tennessee holler is hollering?
That's what I said.
Is that the controversy?
Well, it's what they're hollering.
Okay.
Because they're calling Andy Ogles, Congressman Andy Ogles, a liar because there's a disagreement over whether Barack Obama ever had an assassination attempt.
Oh.
So listen to this. The audio was not great. I had to fix it.
But, you know, there were no assassination attempts on Biden or Obama. Right? Multiple against President Trump. Charlie Kirk. You can murmur all you want.
Sir, there was an assassination attempt on Obama.
Not a real one.
So a couple of things. So in case you couldn't hear it, you had a student say there was an assassination attempt on Barack Obama. And then you've got Andy Ogles that says not a real one. And then you have a bunch of what I would say fake laughter.
Snickering. There was a bunch of snickers.
A bunch of snickers. And obviously they are looking to, get a viral moment, if you will. And so if you look up whether or not Barack Obama had assassination attempts, you had plots, you had, people that had plans in place. They wanted to do something. But the reality is that Barack Obama never had a gun pointed at his head, nor did he ever have a bullet graze his ear or any other part of his body. The only thing that happened, one guy was charged with something because he fired at the White House, striking the White House as Barack and Michelle Obama were in California. In other words, Obama did not go through nearly what Donald Trump did. So give me a break, Belmont students. And by the way, I'm going to play the rest of this audio because Ogles did put them in their place. Listen.
But, you know, there were no assassination attempts on Biden or Obama. Right? Multiple against President Trump. Charlie Kirk. You can murmur all you want.
Sir, there was an assassination attempt on Obama.
Not a real one. Someone took a shot and hit Obama. Negative. Someone killed Charlie Kirk. No one got close enough to Obama to actually get it done, which is a good thing. By the way, I never spent any time with Obama, Claire said. But, President Biden, I was with him several times. And, even though I don't particularly like the president, the former president, always respectful because he was the commander-in-chief.
There you go. So he schooled the kids at Belmont in saying nobody ever got a rifle on Obama.
As he should. And even ChatGPT, which leans a bit to the left, said the assassination attempts are not even comparable in type or proximity.
No.
No.
It's not. So, yeah, I like that Ogles did that, that Congressman Ogles did that, and it is clear that these students, they don't care. I mean, I don't know, Belmont University, is this a good college, or has it just been given up to the wokesters?
I think they all have been given up to the wokesters.
Well, and I played audio earlier. I'm not going to play it again, but, you had a bunch of people screaming in the hallways of Belmont, Andy Ogles, go home. You have no right to step foot on this campus. All of the usual lunacy. And kudos to, Congressman Ogles, who I've had some disagreements with, but good on Andy Ogles for going to Belmont University and trying to engage in a conversation, a respectful conversation. Yep. By the way, you'll notice that there's only one side of that conversation that is being respectful, and it is Andy Ogles. The students are not being respectful to a sitting U.S. congressman.
Hecklers and snickerers.
Hecklers and snickerers.
Exactly.
Yes, there you go.
Not a fan. I mean, is there any more advertising that you need to not send your kids to college? And then yesterday, the big story with Cole Allen, the public school teacher of the month for December of 2024. Is there any more advertisements that you don't want to send your kids to public school? I saw a meme yesterday and it was like, a lot of teachers probably in the public school system agree with Cole Allen's political views. And then I was doing some digging and, I was like, yeah, that's true. There's a lot of schools that are planning to cancel classes on May 1st to protest ICE because all of the teachers are going to be going out and protesting ICE for May Day. The Madison Metropolitan School District in Wisconsin sent out a message saying that May 1st classes will be canceled so that teachers can join anti-ICE protests. And then the largest teachers union in the U.S. is encouraging its members to call out sick that day so that way they can show up to these protests.
Homeschool.
Honestly, do you need more? Do you need more incentive to homeschool your kids?
Well, so is that going to be going on all across the country?
Yep, it looks like it. There's going to be some in Tennessee, Knoxville, and Memphis.
The usual suspects.
Thank you, Joan.
Yeah.
Yes, Joan is right. The usual suspects.
It said so. The largest teachers union said there are rallies, marches, teach-ins, and community events planned from Fresno to Philadelphia. Find out where to get plugged in. If there's not an event near you, there's still time to organize one. We'll even provide you with a toolkit to get you started. This is our moment to step in, step up, and build the kind of power that will make a difference in the lives of educators and students. You know what I think would make a difference in the lives of students? Getting rid of the illegal aliens that are assaulting their mothers and biting the faces of 3-year-olds.
I think that would be good.
I think it would be a positive reverberation if we would get rid of the illegal aliens that are out there, I don't know, raping kids.
So is this what May Day is now going to be all about? Because May 1st is like May Day, right? So
get ready.
Is this what May Day is now going to be all about? It's just anti-ICE?
Yep, 100%.
What is May Day usually? I don't even know.
I'm going to look it up right now for you.
Historically, May Day was a time to celebrate fertility.
Let's go.
The new season and agricultural abundance is what May Day used to be about.
I'm going to let the wife know.
It's the start of summer with the tradition of dancing around the maypole. I mean, did you do that when you were a kid? I did.
Dancing around the what?
The maypole.
Joan.
Come on. There were
we don't need to hear about the dancing and the poles, all right?
There were the ribbons that hung down and everybody grabbed a ribbon and you go around the maypole and make it pretty.
It was more of a frolic.
Listen.
It was a frolic. We were young.
I've got a great idea. So May Day was a time to celebrate fertility. I think we got to get the Low T Center to sponsor our May Day festivities here on WTN.
I love it.
Should we get a pole and put it out front?
In Asia, they actually celebrate International Workers' Day, and they celebrate by putting up new suicide nets.
Notice how they're workers and not employees.
I think that Chris's Chinese joke was better than my low T joke. You win.
I think they both.
I like the low T joke.
Yeah.
You like the low T joke?
I do.
Oh, very good. Very good. Anyway, so homeschooling. I can't believe there's anybody who,
there are parents out there that are doing the best that they can, and you got to work 2 jobs, and I don't mean to knock anybody, but I would just say choose your hard. It is absolutely hard to homeschool, and we're blessed. My wife does it with our kids, but it's also hard to unindoctrinate your kids. So So choose your heart.
It is. Remember, though, school's not the only place where the indoctrination is happening. It's also happening online. It is happening on TikTok. I don't know much about Instagram. I'm sure that it's happening on Instagram too. I don't know.
It's on the gram. I mean, it's on everything. The best thing that you can do is keep your kids off the internet.
Yeah. Monitor what they're doing, monitor where they're going, and just make sure that, the thing that I've always said, and I know that I've said this 1,000 times, especially people that listen to me in middays, but, the best thing you can do to help your kids is to help them withstand all of that input. You know what I mean? Like, okay, so keep them off the internet. Okay, keep them off the TV. Keep them away from music. Keep them away from TikTok. What you need to do is just give them the perspective so that they understand why they're seeing all of this and the proper perspective to see all of that input. So if you see that TikToker with, 4 or 5 million followers and you got all your friends, oh, did you see what this TikToker said? Your kids have to have the ability to say, this is why that's wrong.
Well, and part of that is not sheltering them completely. Like, you have to invite a little bit of that evil in so that way you can have a conversation with the proper context.
That's exactly right. Context is everything. Right, Joan?
Right. I like it.
All right, good. Got anything else for this? I think we got like two. What's your name? Mason, how long do we have before we have to wrap this up?
Let me do a little count up and I'll
You'll
let
notice,
you know.
by the way, I could not remember Mason's name. It's not that I don't remember your name, Mason. It's that you and Sam do this switch in the middle of my show, and I'm old and I'm confused.
I mean, to be fair, my first name is Sam as well, so I'll respond. I'll just think that you're mad at me.
Very good.
Your first name is Sam?
It is.
It is.
I got all weirded out yesterday because there's like another job in the building that Mason's going for, and it was like Samuel Fleming referred you. I was like, what? Who the hell is Samuel
Wait,
Fleming?
you're not leaving us, are you, Sam?
No.
Hold. Wait, time out. What?
Yeah.
What?
He's not leaving.
You're not leaving. Okay, here's my.
It's in the building. He would still.
Is it a job that requires him to be here on time?
Oh.
Probably.
Oh.
Yeah, here, let me put in my
This is why he didn't put
resignation
you
letter.
down as a
I'm gonna-
reference,
I'm
and he
gonna-
put me down as a reference.
He's like, yeah, let me get right to work on telling you how much time you have left, Dan. Sam, Sam. Now I'm calling you Sam.
That's all right. We went over this. It is approved.
Now I'm even more confused. I would be happy to. Did I hire you, Mason?
You did, unfortunately.
Very good.
Dan made all the best hires.
I did. All the best hires. All right, 8:54. Joan's got the news coming up at 9. Joan.
Yeah, so we've got the latest on what's going on in the roads around the area with some trees down and wires down as well. And what Stefano has to say about the approaching storm. Yeah, we've got another one coming in tonight. It's coming up here at 9 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
8:59, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So here's what I'm going to do, Joan.
What's that?
I'm going to go home and I'm going to go listen to all my jokes that I said today that nobody else laughed at or noticed, and I'm going to laugh at my own jokes. That's what I'm going to do.
That.
To be fair, Dan told me off the air that this wouldn't be the first time that he's done that. He said
Dan therapy.
He said he was listening to the Ice Storm show.
I was listening to an Ice Storm show.
And he was like, my jokes were very funny.
I did. I said a really funny joke like 4 months ago that I just happened upon. And I thought, that actually was pretty funny. Anyway, moving right along.
I nailed it. And they didn't give me credit then, and they don't give me credit now.
That's exactly right, man. All right, what's coming up next?
All right, so on the show today, we got Senator Blackburn. We'll ask her a bunch of questions. She's got a new bill that she's pushing that she wants to talk about. Also, I'm really excited about this. Everybody's favorite holistic doctor, Susanna Underwood from Borough Holistic Health, is going to be joining me to talk about the Lone Star tick and the meat allergies.
The Lone Star tick, is that like a tick out of like Texas?
No, it's the well, according to conspiracy theorists, it's the one that was engineered in a lab to make you allergic to meat because of all of the fake meat companies and the Lyme disease vaccine that's on the way.
Oh, that. Okay, very good. Chris Hand is coming up next on W.
You can laugh at me, but after you hear my segment, I'll tell you what, you go into the woods. You're gonna be coming back in and you're gonna be asking Amy to check you for ticks.
I'd do that anyway. She never falls for it, not once. Honey, will you please check me for ticks?
Well, make sure she's listening at 11 o'clock, and maybe you'll get